Good afternoon. We will call the regular city council meeting to order. July 21st, 2021, 6:04 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Ronnie Felder. Madam Chair, members of the board, I believe Mayor Felder will be appearing by telephone this evening. I'm not for sure if he's on. So I'll proceed with the roll call.
Yes, go ahead.
Chairperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Julia Botel.
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen. Here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any additions or deletions or substitutions for the agenda?
I'm here.
All right. You're acknowledged, Mayor.
Madam Chair, we need to do the moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance
yeah.
prior to.
All right. Let us have a moment of silence and let us have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson. Agenda deletions, additions, or substitutions. Manager, Mayor, Council.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I would like to offer a motion to reconsider Resolution 6621, Memorandum of Understanding with the Boys and Girls Club of Palm Beach County, when the time is appropriate, and to be added to the agenda for the motion for reconsideration.
What is there an item?
No, it was the item that we took up at the first council meeting of the year, of the month. The resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding with the city and the Boys and Girls Club of Palm Beach County.
Okay, so you want to add it to this agenda?
I would have to, it would have to be re-added by motion.
Okay, you want to make
For
that
reconsider-
motion?
I certainly don't have a problem with it, but I wanted to allow the other additions to be added because this has to be added by a motion that has to be approved. So if you want to go to those other additions, then we can take a motion later.
Okay, we can come back for that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I have 5 community benefits on consent agenda to be added. You have
You want to,
You have copies at your places. Lake Worth Waterkeepers, Youth Recreation Association, Nelson's Outreach Ministries, Operation Hope, and One Third Eye Educational Hospital.
yeah, you got to say each one of those items and then amount.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I can read the community benefits
All right, go ahead.
into the record. We have 5 community benefits from the Office of Councilperson Botel. Item 10A will be a community benefit to Nelson Outreach Ministries for Thanksgiving and Christmas celebrations in the amount of $500. Item 10B from the Office of Councilperson Botel. Organization is Fathers Forever for their Our Third Eye Educational Hospital in the amount of, Councilperson Botel, the request is for $1,500, but on the next page, there is no amount indicated. So is the amount for $1,500?
No, I think the amount is 500.
500, okay. In the amount of $500 for that community benefit request. 10C, request from Youth Recreation Association from the Office of Dr. Botel. Is that $500 as well, Dr. Botel, because there's nothing on the back sheet?
I'm so sorry.
The request originally was for $1,000, but I'll go on to the next one while you confirm that, Dr. Botel. Item 10D, request from Operation Hope, Thanksgiving giveaway. in the amount of $500. Item 10E, a request from Lake Worth Waterkeepers, Inc., from the office of Councilperson Botel, in the amount of $500.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
for the, I know the others we've given money to before, but for the Lake Worth Waterkeeper, Inc., I don't think we've ever given any money to them, so does this need to go through the process? Mr. Sherman, I would think, maybe need to answer that, or Mr. Evans?
Yes, Madam Chair. If it's not an entity that has been previously approved by the board, the funds will not be remitted until it is authorized by this board and then reviewed through the Finance Department for the release of funds.
So, but are we going to be voting to accept it tonight, or should this one be held off?
The board can authorize to accept it with those conditions.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go
I
ahead.
can provide some background on the organization if you'd like, but
She just want to provide some background.
Oh, no.
okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, could Councilperson Botel confirm whether or not the amount for Fathers Forever is $500?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And that's item 10B, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Okay, very well. Are there any other additions or deletions or substitutions for this agenda you see before you this evening? Councilman McCoy, you wanted to entertain a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, I move that we reconsider resolution number 66-21, which is the resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding between the City of Riviera Beach and the Boys and Girls Club of Palm Beach County to be reconsidered at a later date, but I do want it to have that moved at this time, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so you want to make it known
I
that
need
you'd
to
like
get
to...
a second first.
Oh, I'll second,
All
sorry.
right, very good.
Thank you. So to clarify, you don't want to discuss it tonight. You want to be sure that it can be put on a subsequent agenda. Right, okay, then I second, yes.
Very good. Any other discussion about this motion added for this agenda item to be added at the next meeting, sir?
Well, no, we have to reconsider it to put it back on this agenda.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna, I guess, offer another motion just to postpone it indefinitely, because I had a conversation with Mr. Evans, and he indicated that staff will be able to bring a more comprehensive presentation back at one of our next meetings.
Very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So, for clarity's sake, we're looking to bring this back before the board to do what exactly?
I wanted to revisit, well, I guess we can't discuss that until we bring it back properly on the
Yes.
table to reconsider. So after the roll call, I don't mind explaining it. So after the roll call, just to
Well-
consider it, I
Okay.
don't mind.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
can we just put it under discussion and deliberation at the end, and then we can have that discussion then?
That's fine.
So make it 19?
But
No,
it's
it's
only gonna be to discuss why I think we should
Okay,
reconsider it, but we have to reactivate it
Okay.
by authorizing this vote. I think Mr. Evans is trying to get your attention,
All
Madam
right,
Chair.
go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, also staff is asking for the pre-disparity study update to be moved forward under presentations, as the consultants that we have secured for this process have another engagement that they will have to jump off the call. So they are attending via our remote meeting platform. So we're asking for that item to be reconsidered and placed under presentations.
Madam Clerk, could you please make note of that? To put pre-disparity update with consultants under item number 11 for awards and presentations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, there is a motion on the floor that needs to be disposed of.
Very good. Madam Clerk, call the question.
State that again.
Call the question, please.
Councilperson Lawson,
No.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lawson dissenting. Oh, my apologies, Madam Chair. Would you like for me to do that tonight?
Yes, I wanted you to bring item number 18 under item number 11, under awards and presentations.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
we just received information from the consultants that their schedule has been modified, and they're actually going to be able to attend the meeting later on in the evening. So there's no need to move the item at this particular moment.
Very good. We'll leave it as it is. All right. So do we have any other additions, deletions, substitutions for this July 21st agenda? Excellent. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the additions, substitutions, and deletions?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That motion is approved unanimously.
Motion approved.
Yes.
Let us go to our next item on the agenda, which is the
Consent.
disclosures by the council. There are items on this agenda this evening that we have representation from the public and maybe comments from the council. Are there any disclosures from the board at this time for any of these items on the agenda this evening?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
wanted to give disclosures that I'm a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and they are on the agenda as a community benefit and presenting tonight. Second disclosure is that I have previously met before our RFP was issued with Waste Management and with Goods. I want to put those on the record as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Very good. Let us move to the consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and actions will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Is there anyone on the board that wants to put an item from this agenda to be discussed further?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I would request number 5 to be pulled from consent.
Okay.
And solely for the purposes, I just, unless the other members need it, I don't need a presentation. I just don't want to support affirmatively that item.
Okay, very good. Can we get a motion to approve this agenda minus item number 5?
Motion to approve the agenda
Motion
with
to approve consent.
Consent agenda.
consent agenda.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on the consent agenda. Bonnie Larson.
Very good. Public comment?
Bonnie Larson, good evening, everyone. This week we have 3 sets of minutes for you to approve, and this has happened before. In another meeting several weeks ago, which I wasn't here, but there were 6 sets of minutes. This is ridiculous. You can't go back and recreate 6 weeks worth of stuff. We need to have these minutes every single week. Now, I asked a long time ago, I asked for the contract for who does the minutes. I was told by somebody, there was somebody in the Keys. I was told all kinds of things, but the bottom line was I was told we can't find the contract. No, we need to have that contract. We need to see what it is, and we need to insist that the minutes come the following week. This is ridiculous. This week you have 3. A couple of weeks ago you had 6. Community benefits, something I'd like to talk about that, and I'm not picking on anybody in particular, but this is money that comes from Waste Management, who we may or may not continue, we don't know. But it's our money. We pay Waste Management, and then they give each one of you money to spend. Now, a lot of these things that we're spending on We've never even heard of these people. So my request is that from now on, we spend that waste management money on something in Riviera Beach, something that's going to benefit the citizens. We need lights, we need speed bumps, we need all kinds of things in the city. And we've paid this money to waste management, so it is kind of our money. I'd like to see it go to benefit all of us rather than some groups. And some of the groups, you know, they have people from West Palm Beach and other cities. I don't see anybody donating to Riviera Beach. So that's my request, is that you consider doing that, is spend it on something here in the city. Oh, I think this is just there was something about, I don't know if, stop me if this is not in the consent, well, okay, I don't know if it's in consent or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Millie Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item number 5, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I need to read the heading of the resolution into the record.
Go ahead.
Resolution number 7521, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the payment of invoice number 11201353 to AFR Environmental Corp. in the amount of $45,100 for mold and moisture damage remediation and reconstruction rebuild of the police evidence room at City Hall, and provide an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board,
Motion.
staff is seeking approval of the resolution that's up in front of you this evening. The intent behind this resolution is to pay for services rendered between the period of October 29th and December 4th. The reason that
Mr.
this,
Evans, hold it 1 second. Let me get a motion to approve that
move.
before we go any further with the discussion.
I move we approve resolution number 75-21.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
the reason that this item is coming before you this evening is that when staff got the invoice, we did some cursory review to determine if the appropriate procurement policies and procedures related to securing services were followed, and that did not occur. What was happening is the existing vendor that's requesting payment, AFR Environmental, was doing work on Fire Station 87. Staff was informed that there was a water intrusion in the evidence room at the Riviera Beach Police Department. Staff then got the quote from the provider, and the provider commenced work. We have started to get letters from the vendor requesting payment. Services have been rendered. The report has been finalized, and the issue has been resolved. The employee that facilitated the transaction is no longer with the agency, and we are asking for payment to move forward with this particular expenditure as it falls well outside of the Prompt Payment Act, and we want to be in compliance. So staff is asking for authorization to issue payment in the amount of $45,100, and we have received notice from their attorney requesting payment to the city of Riviera Beach. Staff is prepared to answer any additional questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board in regards to this item? Very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Pro Tem Millie Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
We are at the end of our consent agenda. The next item is the awards and presentations. Madam Clerk?
Presentation of Greek organizations, youth auxiliary groups, and programs offered from the office of Councilman Douglas Lawson. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Presentation, Councilman Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, today we're going to discuss some of the community benefits that was actually presented to address one of our speakers that said these are organizations we haven't heard of. I wanted to make sure that these organizations were well represented and presented tonight and discussed, because these are organizations that are near and dear to not only my heart, but many people that have gone through the collegiate arena of seeing these Greeks, where we have the Kappas, the Qs, the Sigmas, the Zetas, the Deltas. These are things that we as kids learned and we grew up learning about. So this is something that I wanted to introduce to our community because we are in dire needs and desperately need support with our young men and women in the community. And one way to give that exposure is working with the local organizations that are currently doing it. I didn't want to just highlight our Greek organizations because the program that I'm going to be rolling out also are going to highlight Young Men of Distinction, the Hope Dealers that Councilwoman Lanier recently brought, Suits for Seniors. These are all groups of men and women that are currently engaged in the community and are currently working with our students, yet we're not engaging them as a city. So partnering with them and actually restoring the village is my mission to bring to the city. So I'm going to have these different Greek organizations, and also I believe Mr. Claudius Knowles with his nonprofit organization speak about some of the things that they're doing in the community for a few minutes so that we can talk about how we can partner with them. So I'm going to actually start with the men of Omega Sci-Fi, if they're here.
So, Madam Chair, question.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So, Councilman Lawson,
Sir.
in an effort to kind of keep order, do we have an estimate on how many speakers? How
Yes,
long
sir.
this is gonna
I have
last?
three to four speakers. I've given them 2 to 3 minutes each. So as I generally would with public comment, I didn't want to extend it past what public comment would normally be, and we have about 4 speakers today.
Okay.
So no more than about 15 minutes total.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here and allowing us to have an opportunity to tell a bit of our story. I'm Juan Cunningham. I'm Basileus, or president, of Kappa Upsilon, the local chapter of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. The chapter has been a part of the Palm Beach County community for more than 70 years. It's a chapter that's made up of graduate members of our fraternity. We're guided by our commitment to the fraternity's cardinal principles of manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. Our primary focus in this community is that of uplift, and we've been involved in countless acts of community service to help the disadvantaged in our community and support our youth. In supporting youth, we have long focused on providing some scholarship assistance to deserving students. Annually, we have a scholarship program and invite students from all over the county to apply. While our reach has been to assist students from all over the county, I can certainly assure you that a number of our recipients over the years have been from right here in Riviera Beach. Further, we support a program called the Lamplighters. Lamplighters are middle and high school age young men that we have mentored, that have been mentored by members of our organization. They're giving exposure to a full range of activities to include visiting the Norton Art Gallery, meeting local politicos like yourself, participating in community service-oriented activities, annually serving in the MLK Parade, and doing many other activities. Additionally, they get guidance to other areas of life skills, such as financial literacy and college prep. We normally have about 20 kids in that program. Those that graduate and that are headed to college also participate in our scholarship program. We would certainly be happy to explore with you additional avenues as how we can assist in uplifting and mentoring the youth of Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The men of Kappa Alpha Psi. The men of Alpha Phi Alpha.
Good evening to the council. Thank you so much for the invite from Councilman Lawson. We appreciate the opportunity to come and just talk a little bit, and just for a few moments, about our program, The Men of Tomorrow. We're now entering our 33rd year here in Palm Beach County. We've done over about 1,700 kids in that program. This year alone, we have done over $10,000 of scholarships that we provided. The Men of Tomorrow program, hopefully and prayerfully, with the pandemic issue, we are now embarking on a strategic program that we will be going full-fledged. One, doing some mental health programs, tutoring. We now have a full-fledged computer lab now that we have developed there at the Everett Rogers Center. And so we are now putting together, we've partnered with the Comcast and the Xfinity, and we now have a safe zone. So we are putting together, and we partnered with Palm Beach Community College and Palm Beach Atlantic, and they have fully developed a computer lab so we can do tutoring and those things that we can do there on site with our kids, using our kids as well as peer mentors. And so we are doing, which we do always, we're doing community service. And right now we have 28 young men in the program. We are now taking applications throughout the county for the upcoming year. That program, I also will let you know, it is a 12-month program. We go completely through the school year and summer. Our kids do not take off. We run our program consistently for a 12-month program where we emphasize academic success, civic engagement, and cultural enrichment. And as I said before, as I close, we are putting in components where that we are looking at a health program, which will encompass teaching our kids all the aspects of a well-rounded health program, as well as mentoring with our health issue and mentoring program. So we appreciate the opportunity for you. We appreciate the opportunity to partner with our city. And we're looking forward to an aggressive year in 2021 through 2022. And we're looking forward to offering this program for this year, and we're looking forward to a great relationship with our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The men of Phi Beta Sigma.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Porter. I'm here on behalf of Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, Gamma Zeta Sigma chapter. The Sigma Beta Club and Phi Beta Sigma have been a part of Palm Beach County for at least 50 years. The Sigma Beta Club itself has been in Palm Beach County for over 20 years. We believe in brotherhood, scholarship, and service. We have, at this point, we pretty much have about 100% graduation rate from high school. All of our kids graduate from high school. As far as going off to college, military, or whatnot, we're sitting somewhere around 85%. Some do go into the workforce, but the majority of our kids go to college or the military. Brother Jones has some other things, and I'll come back in a second.
I'm here to talk about our programs. To our registered members, the Sigma Beta Club follows a national curriculum. We call it Rising Thunder. What we do is we chart young people as they come in, and we give them incentives as they produce as they progress through our various levels. In addition to our national program, our club regularly offers much needed programs such as homework help. We do that virtually also, mentoring, financial wellness and job training, leadership, and annual conferences, which the kids travel to various parts of the country. Our first major program that we focus on is our college tour, our spring break college tour. What we do is we take the kids to a region of the United States for an entire week, and we visit the local colleges and universities and also provide brotherhood bonding activities. Our second major program, which we're going to get into, is called our Next Generation Weekend. And that is where we have our young men disconnect from the internet and Wi-Fi and reconnect with nature. We combine leadership training and outdoor skills over one chosen weekend at a local campground. We invite speakers, and some of the most current pressing issues for our young men are also tackled. The young men get in touch with nature and learn very important survival skills. Next, I'd like to talk about some of our successes, some of our local kids. We do service. Most of our kids are from the Riviera Beach area. I myself am a teacher at John F. Kennedy Middle, so most of our kids come out of that program. But we have a current senior, Ashawn Hall, which is an honor student at Palm Beach Gardens. He lives right there on H Avenue. Ashawn has been the City of Riviera Beach Youth of the Year. He's also started a business called Sean's Desserts, where he makes and sells his homemade desserts right here in the Marina Village. He has also been awarded our highest award in Sigma Beta, which is we call our Mr. Sigma Beta Award, for 2 years in a row, last year and this year. We also have Gerald Hearns. Many of you probably saw him on television recently, but he will be on Good Morning America coming up. He is a graduate of William T. Dwyer and Florida Atlantic University, where he was on academic and athletic scholarship. Gerald is always doing big things in our community and has been featured a number of times on television and in books. He currently owns a fitness company and is a national motivated speaker. And the last young person I want to talk about is, I met him while working at the Riviera Beach Boys and Girls Club. His name is Alfonso Atkinson. He's a graduate of William T. Dwyer, recently graduate of Russ College in Mississippi. And while at Russ, he joined many community groups such as the Urban League and a fraternity and student government, where he was president of each of those for 2 years. Every summer while in college, he came back and devoted his time at Boys and Girls Club in Riviera Beach. He is currently in a master's program at Alabama A&M University in Huntsville.
The program that we plan to implement to the city of Riviera Beach is our leadership conference, which will consist of 4 sessions. The first session will be financial literacy. The second session will consist of SATAP, which is Students Against Pregnancy. That's not just important to young ladies, it's also important to young men as well. We need to teach them the importance of being safe and secure. The last one will be us meeting at Camp Tunnikita for a leadership conference, where we will take the kids to Camp Tunnikita, as we normally go, disconnect from the internet, and bring in speakers to teach them about other things and the way of the world. So this is the program we'll bring to Riviera Beach if we're allowed to bring it. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I believe Mr. Claudius Knowles.
Good evening. Thank you all for taking time out to meet with me tonight. I'm Claudius Knowles. Claudius Knowles. I'm the founder and president of STAY, Inc., Save the African American Youth. It is a startup nonprofit mentorship program with ambitions to help facilitate through organizing and long-term objectives, successful futures for our urban youth who are vastly underrepresented. We are dedicated to the return of a more involved, caring, and enduring society focused on producing knowledgeable, independent, productive, empowering young people. We understand that it takes a combined effort to commit community-oriented organizations in conjunctions with fair governmental policies and physical allocations that run parallel with family nurturing and discipline in order to acquire human rights and social justice through self-determination and collective action. I am an Alabama native, born the son, familiar family and community ties are entrenched with a strong legacy of social activism, historical preservation, and liberation. I relocated to South Florida in 1967. Due to my background exposure, I am acutely aware of the systemic challenges presented around our populace among with reproducible solutions previously used, an innovative possibility yet to be implemented. Throughout my residence here in Palm Beach County, I've been a father figure, advocating to countless adolescents, providing a safe haven, advice, and an example of accountability through morality. I have been a housing specialist, as well as director of Fair Housing of Palm Beach County Housing and Community Development, a coordinator under Community Coordinated Child Care, which it used to be Council Better Books program, and the president of Sickle Cell Anemia with the #1 Travelers Club. associated with the 5 county boards of Health Planning Council for many years. President of Park Manor Neighborhood Association for 6 years, a member for 7. I have broken the racial barriers and racism with my employment in a radical change of hiring of companies, notable Pratt & Whitney, with the landmark of civil suit case that won. I have run for public offices as a potential councilman, presented to the constituents of Riviera Beach. I am also an ordained Christian minister who has spent a lifetime in the study of principles of and an application of my faith. My college degree was in psychology and sociology. I have been, and I believe my qualification along with my experiences have enabled me to weather the storm of systemic oppression that I have endured during my many years of service. It is my duty, obligation, and privilege to continue the work of those who came before me and who sacrificed, in the pursuit of equal rights for those who will come after. I encourage you who are present tonight to contribute this surmountability task of saving African American youth through your funding and participation, and to work with us diligently to end the systemic racism and poverty and so forth in our community that we so much love and are part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knowles. So, colleagues, to this point, we desperately need these type of programs and more programs like this. There's so many different programs that are in and around our community that we do not take advantage of, that we do not work with. But every day we're getting phone calls and emails from our city manager about another shooting of a young man or a young woman under the age of 25. But we have these organizations that can be staples in their lives. A lot of these men and women are products of these youth auxiliary groups, of Kappa League, of the Sigma Betas, of the Lamplighters, of the Men of Tomorrow. And also, Brother Claudius Knowles is bringing another program. In addition to the programs that we've seen, what I would like for us is to direct our staff to reach out to these organizations and any other organization that wants to provide a direct path of how to impact our youth and work as a village with our Parks and Rec, with our Police Athletic League, and as a city resource. Because far too long, we've not done the due diligence and laid the foundation to save these children. We see what's happening, and most of our gun violence are happening from the kids under the age of 25. Whether they haven't had the support, whether it's economics, whether it's lack of finances, whether it's not having both parents in the household, whether it's not having parents at all. So these men and women are going to give that support to our community. We understand that we can't just increase policing. We can't just set policy, because that's not going to set it by itself. That will help. But at the same time, we also have to provide that support to these organizations and to the families to be able to work together, to be able to salvage what's happening in this community, because we're losing way too many lives. I was out there with Chief Osgood for 2.5 hours the other night when a young man was killed. And literally, it's just, families are asking, it's got to stop. So what can we do as policymakers? And the only way that I can see that is instructing staff to work with these organizations and other organizations. For tonight, though, my ask is if my colleagues have any additional support for these organizations, they're going to present actual programs that they're going to give directly to our kids here in Riviera Beach, that they're going to provide funding for, and they're actually going to show them and get them involved. We're also going to bring in the sororities as well to address the young women as well. So those are things that I want us to do and I want us to focus on. But if we can find the resources, especially within our community benefits that we have now, and then also instructing staff to work out programs that they can work directly, that is my ask and my request tonight from all of my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item number 12, ordinance number 4173, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 2 to establish the Office of Independent Auditor, providing for powers and duties of the auditor, creating an audit committee and establishing such powers and duties of the committee, requiring an audit plan and annual report from the auditor, providing the auditor access to city staff, records, and property, requiring peer reviews of the independent auditor's office, and providing an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam
Sorry,
Chair,
let me get a motion to approve this item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I would ask that Deputy City Manager, Ms. Elizabeth McBride, make this presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council, and City Manager. I'm appearing tonight on behalf of Ms. Georgiev, who's out of the country tonight. And before you, based upon the recommendation of the city's external auditor, ordinance number 4173 is being presented tonight for adoption. The ordinance basically establishes the Office of the Internal Auditor in Section 2-232, outlining the duties and responsibilities of that office. It also provides for the appointment of the internal auditor and the reporting of that auditor to the audit committee. It established a hotline for the reporting of complaints by the public and employees. It established an audit committee consisting of a council member and 4 members appointed at large from the public. It provides the auditor with access to city staff information and records, and requires the auditor to produce an annual report. And those things are all consistent with organizations that govern and regulate the functions of internal auditors.
Very good. Any questions from the board in regards to this item?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I know, Ms. Nguyen, if I can have your attention on this. Members, if we recall, we seen this the first time and we gave the direction to make some technical changes to the composition of the board that they didn't coincide with board members, with city council members' terms, so that there would be continuity. But I think we have to, Ms. Nguyen, if I'm correct, incorporate those by amending the motion to incorporate those changes, because it seems that those changes were enacted, but this is not the version that was adopted on first reading.
No, sir, that's not necessary.
Okay.
The title includes, the title never changed. Therefore, there's no need to do that.
Right.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Any other questions in regards to this item? Madam Clerk, any public comments for this item?
Mary Bram.
Good evening, Mayor Bram. This particular, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Riviera Beach. I watched the auditor presentation, and he made some critical points in how we can establish a tracking system. And he was talking about the cash flow that comes in. See, we know that when people pay you cash, it's not always accounted for. So he was giving you all in the budget workshop when he did his presentation so that you can have an effective and proficient audit. Because so many times things get convoluted and you pay out this and you pay out that. So a city like Riviera Beach, not just Riviera Beach, but any municipality, I see that we do need the auditor to set those perimeters in place and give you all the best sound advice that you all can in a governing board. So if something is misplaced or out of order, he is able to go in there and pick it up. Because I know, I'm not saying that we are a city that just have certain things that may be in the gap. I call it in the gap. But we look for accountability. We look for take-ins and payouts being accurate in order to balance our books. And I cannot balance my books when I've given someone $1,000 and there's no record of it. So checks, money orders, I strongly agree. Cash flow, because so many times we have events that happen, and this has happened during the previous years, where the cash flow was taken in. Now, don't get Ms. Brown wrong. I'm not saying that it was taken or something was taken, but that accountability with that cash flow, we need to put those perimeters that are in place to safeguard our financial institute here. So I know that you all are going to approve it, and I hope that you all put some caveats also in there too, to make sure that, you know, as well as the council board, because see, they have all of these paid outs and everything going on. Because sometimes with me and other residents as a general public, we can't keep up with you. But once when we post it, we are accurate on how you spend this money here. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that completes public comments on item number 12.
Any other questions for?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
The item on creating an organizational structure, bullet number 6, it says the chairperson in collaboration with the city manager will perform regular evaluations of the auditor. There's no implication there, I think, that the auditor is reporting directly to council, though, is there?
No.
I want to be sure that the auditor is not reporting. So the chair will be evaluating. Will there be input from council members, or will the chair and the city manager take on that role exclusively?
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, if I may, that would be a responsibility of the chair and the manager.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved unanimously.
Item 13?
Item number 13, ordinance number 4172, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, repealing Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 4 entitled Code Enforcement, Division 2 entitled Code Enforcement Board and Special Magistrate, creating Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 4 entitled Code Enforcement, Division 2 entitled Code Compliance, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
A motion to approve ordinance 4172?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermon, make this presentation, and accompanying him is Senior Assistant City Attorney, Ms. Lana Busby.
Mr. Sermon.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council, Madam Attorney. I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. The ordinance before you tonight on second reading is the third and final of several new ordinances that staff has proposed that will give the city additional tools to manage and regulate properties that cause nuisances throughout the city. This one is concerning the Code Compliance Division. This repeal and replacement of that ordinance streamlines the code compliance process, removes unnecessary steps, provides for additional tools for staff to assist homeowners who are in difficult situations in terms of coming into compliance, and makes the overall process better for staff and more efficient for the city. And there have been one change since the first reading on this item, whereas we added additional language to clarify the property improvement account that will allow staff to assist homeowners in need to come into compliance. And myself and Ms. Busby are available for any questions.
We'll take public comment at this time. Madam Clerk?
Bonnie Larson, Mary Brown.
Good evening again. I haven't had time to read this whole thing, and as you know, I've been out for a while, so I have a code running on my property. You know I try and keep things up, but it became impossible for me to do some things. I'll get into that later. I will address the city with that. But I object to this, and there's a portion of this ordinance here that says if you have fines and whatever, it'll go into a fund called the Property Improvement Programs. And that's going to help people with
Can you
their...
speak into the mic?
Okay. Property Improvement Programs is being suggested. And that's what I have a little problem with, because it said it's going to help people with their yard improvement. I need a lot of that. But I'm not asking for that. House paint and structural improvements. These are things you have to do. When you own a home, you're responsible for that home, and you have to take care of it. And I really, just a personal, I really don't think that our money should be going towards other people's house paint and yard improvement. People in Riviera Beach have big families. They can all pitch in and do it. So I don't really like that if they don't take care of their stuff, there's going to be money there to do it for them. I disagree with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Bram.
Good evening, Ms. Mary Brand, Riviera Beach. We know that we had the first reading on this here. And as I stated before, to come into conformity like our surrounding states and other municipalities, this addresses a lot of derelict things all over this city. So if we are to reimagine this city here being beautified, kept up, everybody should be responsible. And like I said before, we homeowners, we are vested in here. So we want some of these things here that are addressed in here that not just help we as homeowners, but our police department. And you as a governing board, because Councilman McCoy liked to say when they called him, see, Ms. Bram get calls all the time, and I don't even sit up there to address some of these concerns and issues and stuff. Now, we went through this, Attorney Christie went through it on the first reading. Now, I'm going to try to give some little highlights here about it, but not limited to alcohol, noise, dogs, discharged firearms, prostitution, resisting arrests, house parties, controlled substance, and other felony violations. So we can go on and on with the critical elements that we as property owners in this city have faced time and time again. And as I spoke on the first reading about this, and residents were sitting in the audience and they was glad to hear these things here. And I know when we come up with that lien thing, too long, the previous boards and the previous board have adjusted all of those liens and stuff. We've been giving them time and time and time and chance and chance and chance. 20 days, the innuendos. We have to make them all step up to the plate. So if we are to reimagine our city here and move and position our city so that others, when they come in to visit us, and take advantage and help us prosper on what we can build on here, we need these things here done. Because I, as a resident, along with numerous of residents, we are tired. And I am so glad and proud of this board, department head, I'm proud of you and your staff, and every individual that came together to work on these agendas and bring the things forth to our community, what we so strongly have been advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Are there any questions for Mr. Sermons in regards to this item?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's more so for Mr. Sermons and Mr. Evans. If we could just kind of talk about it, I've heard since we first passed the first reading that this is just another way to take people's properties and gentrification is going to happen. And from my understanding and from what this code is written, it's polar opposite. It's more of improving and pouring into the community. And people are saying this is a way of streamlining it. If Mr. Evans could possibly speak on the intent and actually what the code states and then some of the benefits that we're going to receive from this so that we can let our residents know that we have no intention of taking properties. We don't want to be landlords. We literally want to just beautify our community. So, Mr. Evans, if you could speak on that.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll take one part of the question and then defer to Development Services to provide some additional remarks. The modified language allows for us to move nuisance properties through the process a lot more quickly. One of the things we hear from residents all the time is that it takes a long time to drive compliance. One thing that folks need to know that at the end of the day, code compliance is intended to make sure that people comply with our existing codes. And so we have more tools in the toolbox with this ordinance to actually work with property owners to resolve those particular issues. One of the challenges we have in our community is absentee landlords, whereby the landlords or the persons that may be renting the property are not maintaining the property up to the standards. And so this provides us the opportunity to move through that process quicker and ensure that the neighborhood starts to beautify. The fund that is established, that fund can be utilized for the provision of code compliance services to assist and create more enhancements, to assist with community cleanups, to facilitate any facade improvement grants. And at the end of the day, we don't want to see that fund grow. We want to see the properties come into compliance. Director Sermons, if you can speak on some of the elements that in essence are a different way and a benefit to the city and the residents that may live next to some of those nuisance property, or that property owner that may be experiencing some hard times, how we can help them to where it doesn't get to the point where they're going before the magistrate.
Yes, Mr. Manager. As was just stated, the goal of this ordinance is still, as it always has been with this operation, is to gain compliance. It is not in our interest or the city's best interest to own and maintain numerous residential and other properties around the city. So what this does is allow us to work more quickly with those homeowners who may just have been caught off guard, needed additional information as to what the requirements are in terms of property maintenance, and our officers work with them to gain compliance. And in many cases, we don't have to go to additional steps of taking cases to the magistrate for additional actions. But in the cases where action is required and there is for example, absentee landlord who is just not paying enough attention to their property, this allows us to more quickly get that property on the books in front of the magistrate and get an order on that property, so any necessary fines can be issued. And when it comes to taking property, or the city foreclosing and resulting in ownership of those properties, that process does not change based on this ordinance. It still has to be a decision and recommendation of the magistrate judge, and that is forwarded to the legal department, who would make a decision in concert with the powers that be as to whether that would be in the best interest of the city. But this ordinance would not change that process. It does, however, create a fund that only comes from 5% of the fees charged from code enforcement operations. 5% of those fees charged would go into this property improvement account. If this ordinance is approved on second reading tonight, at the following meeting, I will bring forth a resolution that would highlight or outline the fees, establish those fees with this ordinance, as well as additional parameters around that property improvement account.
Any other questions for this item?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a comment that I know the police department, Major Lewis, and others have been working really hard with Mr. Sermon in terms of the chronic nuisance, trying to address that because we've had a number of concerns that have always been presented about some of our stores that are open late, as well as the homes that have continuous phone calls to the police department for just a variety of things. And so with this, we have some teeth that have been put in it, and I totally support it, and I'm glad to see it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to ask a question, perhaps Ms. Busby, if I could ask of her regarding two items that well, actually one item, but it's contained in two separate sections. Section 2-331 of the ordinance establishes the intent. And one of the things that kind of caught my attention was it said that it is the intent of the division to promote, protect, and improve health, safety, and welfare of the citizens by authorizing the appointment of one or more special magistrates. So I want to make sure I'm clear. It says the city. I believe, in my opinion, the verbiage needs to be very clear and says the city council, because I do recall some years back that there was some confusion about a special magistrate that wasn't exactly appointed by the city council, but they had presided over some magistrate hearings which was not authorized in the code. So in the next section, which establishes the appointment of special magistrates, that section says very clearly that the special magistrate shall be appointed by the city council. Now, is there going or could potentially be an interpretation in the future that one section says the city and then the other section says the city council? Because it's very clear and explicit in section 2-332 that the city council does it, but in the previous section of intent, it establishes as the city's responsibility, which I kind of find to be two separate persons. And again, we've had that problem in the past.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Councilmember McCoy. You're reading very detailed into this ordinance, and we appreciate your careful reading. However, there is not a conflict in this matter. It is recognized that the special magistrate is appointed by the city council, and the city attorney cannot unilaterally appoint a special magistrate that is not confirmed by the city council in a public meeting by resolution.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure because, in fact, that's exactly what happened in the past.
Well, I can't recall that happened in the past, but the intent behind this section of the ordinance is for the appointment of the special magistrate. So what happens is the city attorney will recommend to the city council via a resolution and a contract for the special magistrate, and that must be approved by the city council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, very good. Any other questions in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Item 14.
Resolution number 85-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving amendments to the city's adopted 5-year capital projects plan for fiscal years 2020, 2021 through 2024, 2025, authorizing the acceptance of federal American Rescue Plan funds in an amount of approximately $14,920,000, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to establish a budget for same, authorizing the budget for Project 18036, Fire Station 86 rebuild to be amended to $15 million, and authorizing the project funding source for same to be amended to capital financing, authorizing the budget for project number 18034, Fire Station 88 rebuild be amended to $20 million, and authorizing the funding source for same to be amended to capital financing and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board. We do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Move that we approve resolution number 8521.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, I ask the Finance Director, Mr. Randy Sherman, to make this presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Randy Sherman, Director of Finance and Administrative Services. The item you have in front of you tonight is to amend the 5-year CIP plan. There are a couple of changes that we find necessary to make. One, obviously no one foresaw $14.9 million coming from the federal government. We need to put that in the plan and accept those dollars. And then, as you know, we've been moving forward with stations 86 and 88. The 5-year plan did not contemplate that we'd be moving as quickly as we are, so we need to amend the plan to include full funding for those two projects and identify the funding as capital finance. Those are the changes, and I can take any questions that you may have.
I will do public comment at this time. Madam Clerk?
Bessie Brown, Mary Bram.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My question is, I understood what Mr. Sherman stated, that they're fully funding the 86 and 88 capital project for those fire stations, and I thought 86 had already. I would like to know if there had been some improvements to 86 recently, and how much that was. And also, I'd like to ask that if it's 87, the fire station that you're planning to move from currently at City Hall, currently around City Hall, across to Wells location. I'd like a response.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
Mary Brown.
Mary Brown, Rivera Beach. We would like to do the whole entire city. We would like to do the whole entire city. Federal Gardens was included in our sector plan. See, Ms. Bram sat through that sector plan, and we workshopped that for those areas over there in Federal Gardens. Why? Because we knew that we would build up that corridor with Thousand Oaks and those other homes in over there. So we wanted those areas over there to be redone, the streets and all of the lightings. And I have pictures from when they did go in there and do 13th Street. And they did go in there and do other things on 11th Street as well as 12th Street. But they did not finish out the plan. But in the sector plan, Federal Gardens was included in that plan there. That's why some of the streets have deco lights. Remember, I said I would like to do the whole city. So maybe one day when we get rich, when we be trillionaires, we can do the whole city. But we have to confine in what we are in, so that we can build up those areas where we know that it is vast development. See, everybody like to say on the west side. All of this stuff here is on the west side. Because when the west side and all this Carter here is built up here, we are on the west side. And the fire station coming out of the ground. Oh, I get it when you're going to move that little portable over there at Wells. That can still be utilized for something else. But to build up a fire station from the ground, what city would marvel at that? And we do know that it takes fundings that need to do these things here. And this is what we are about. Building on our capital investment with revenues and bonds. Because cities are built on bonds. And this is how a lot of major cities are built up. Why Ms. Bram know these things? And Ms. Bram has traveled. Her occupation was accounting, administrative, and I read a lot. So we have to realize here how we're moving here. How we're moving here in the atmosphere. We're not going back there anymore. We're in a new chapter altogether now. And we have to think differently. We have to think with ingenuity. And we have to build on what we've given them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Sherman, are there any questions about this item for Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman, you want to address that issue that was brought up
Which one?
by the resident?
From Ms. Brown?
From Ms. Brown.
I don't know what improvements have been done at 86. I can't address that particular question, if that's the one you're referring to. Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Evans.
Yes, Madam Chair, we've just recently, probably within the last year or so, have put a new roof on that structure. But again, that structure is dated and is at the end of its useful life. So much so that we had to close a bunk room as early as last week because of significant water intrusion, and we now have to go and make roof repairs to a new roof that we put on. So we anticipate that it's certainly our priority to move concurrently with Fire Station 88 and 86, trying to get those stations constructed at the same time, because we don't think that that station is going to continue to operate in the same fashion that it is. And so the modular units that we are going to be deploying across the street, which will be on the Wells site, will quite possibly be utilized in some form or some fashion in subsequent construction phases. I don't think it will happen. Hopefully we can hold off at 86 and have the new 86 up and operational, but in the event that we have to make some tweaks and modifications, we may have to look at some temporary space on the island in the event that we still have some issues with regards to that station.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Sherman for this item?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, question. We talked about the budget cycle, the 14.9, but possibly only receiving the 7.4. I know we gave direction or insight to staff to possibly have an alternative in the event that we do not receive the remaining 7.4 million. Is that something that we have or that we've put together in the event that it's not issued to us?
Yeah, if we don't receive the second half of the payment, what it really would come down to is that we would just have to issue more debt for that project, because again, we're putting it towards a water treatment facility. So right now, we've targeted that project at about 120 million. This 15, in essence, would come out of that, so we'd be borrowing only around 105, obviously depending on where the proposals come in. But if we don't receive the full 15 million, only receive 7.5, clearly we'd have to, take out additional financing.
While it is far-fetched that we won't receive all the funding from the 14.9, do we know what that looks like in regards to our bond, in regards to the fees, the expenses, the dollar amount that we'll be paying on our bills? Just having an idea of what the alternative plan, because just to say we're just going to take additional debt if we don't receive the money, it doesn't give our residents any comfort in knowing what they're going to actually cost is going to be incurred on them.
Well, we have run various scenarios. It's all going to obviously depend on when those bonds are issued and what the interest rates are at that time. But we're looking in the vicinity to cover the 120. We were at about $7 million of new debt service, annual debt service. So obviously, if we can pair off 10% with this 15 million or a little bit more than that, we may be closer to $6 million. So, we should be somewhere in that range, depending again on what happens with interest rates.
Okay. So if interest rates spike, if they even go lower than they are now, that's just going to determine what that payment's going to be, but that will incur that additional cost if the government doesn't issue the additional funds.
Correct.
And could you just give us a quick recap on why they would not issue those additional 7.4 million?
Why they will not issue?
Why it's possible they would. Based
you know,
upon my readings, it looks like that it's not guaranteed money. It's been issued as we have the initial 7.4 now, but the additional 7.4 is going to be based upon if you just give that oversight.
Well, again, there are certain conditions and reporting requirements, and if you don't follow those conditions and follow those reporting requirements, it's like any federal or state money that we receive. It's always subject to audit. They always have a clawback provision that they can come back and take that money back, even if they have given it to you. But again, that's why we're trying to be very careful and follow these processes to make sure that we are in compliance along the way.
So I want to have all of our T's crossed because there's $500,000 that was due to a library that we lost because we didn't cross all our T's and dot our I's. So that's the point. The reason I'm asking to make sure that we have a plan B and an option to make sure that we're protected and make sure staff's doing their proper due diligence.
Yeah, no, and that's an excellent point, Councilman, because that library dollars, those expired, because again, you had a certain period to spend those dollars.
Right.
In this case, the dollars
And to that point, we let them expire. So it's the same scenario as to I don't want staff or anyone to drop the ball, whether it's this Diaz, staff, or anyone else. I want to make sure that we've covered and make sure we look at every scenario possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved.
Motion approved. Item number 15, please.
Resolution number 7821, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, setting the maximum millage rate for the City of Riviera Beach for fiscal year 2021-2022 at a rate of 8.4520 mills, setting the date, time, and place of the first public hearing, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Motion to adopt resolution number 7821.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Finance and Administrative Services, Mr. Randy Sherman, make this presentation.
Good evening again. This item, as you know, every year we are required to do two things before the trim notices are published by the Palm Beach County. We need to adopt our maximum millage rate, and we need to set the date for our first public hearing for the budget. So what this resolution does is it establishes the maximum millage rate at 8.452 mils. Now that again is the maximum. We can always go down from that point, but we cannot go up. And it establishes the first public hearing meeting for September 8th at 6 p.m. Those will then be on the trim notices as they are sent out to the taxpayers.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hold on a second. Let me get public comment first. Thank you. Public comment, Madam Clerk.
Mary Bram.
Miss Mayor, Brown Riviera Beach. See, I come to do business. Thank you. As you all know, and this is a good thing, that we have kept our millage rate. So I think that we are to be commended. Last year, we had the same millage rate as we have this year. And we know in operational, in government, the fiscal year always begins October 1. So I am very glad to see and read that we have maintained it, our same millage rate, because we know now when it in between, and we don't want it, you know. So I look at this as a plus for the city of Riviera Beach, and especially in times like this. So I think your board should be commended for this. Out of everything else that we're trying to do, capital projects, trying to move things the way that we should have been moved so that we can proceed forward. So we ought to be commended. Kudos to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that completes public comments on this item.
Councilwoman Botel.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, just a couple of questions. If we reduce the millage rate by, let's say, 1/10 of a mil, what has to be cut, hypothetically, what would have to be cut from the budget? And could you explain the effect on homeowners versus businesses like FP&L? I mean, what's going to come, if we were to reduce it, what would my tax bill as a homeowner reflect, and what would FP&L? And just a final question, when will the new developments on Singer Island kick in such that they have an effect on our budget? So I think you got that.
Okay. I'm going to try to do some math in my head because I don't have those answers yet. 1/10 of a mil is probably about...
Or say a mil. I mean,
Well,
pick the
a
number
mil
that you
is
want.
you're going from 8.452 to 7.452. So that you're taking out about 15%. So that's about $7 million cut. As we know, our police and fire budgets already exceed total amount of property taxes that we bring in. So $7 million cut on a $4 million budget is pretty significant cut.
So we'd probably have to follow up. We'd probably have to lay off some police and fire and perhaps other staff.
You'd be purging a lot of staff to, again, 75% of your budget is personnel.
Right.
So again, if you're cutting, 15% of your budget, you're cutting into personnel very deeply.
Right.
As far as what that would do for the average household, that's probably going to save about $12. It doesn't save that much with the exemptions on homestead exemptions. As far as FPL, they probably would save close to $250,000.
Right.
We have heavy commercial taxpayer base. So again, what you're saving on the residential side is far exceeded, when you get over to the commercial side.
And just because somebody asked me this question, when you say the average homeowner $12, how about a homeowner, for example, who has a $500,000 home or a $250,000 or a $750,000 home? What's their approximately? What's their save? What's their?
They might save $400 or $500, okay. But still not $250,000. Right. And
Okay. And then last question. When will those new developments on the island kick in? I have been asked this because people are assuming that they've already kicked in. And I don't mean just Amherst, I mean 5000 North and the others that have come on.
Yeah, the property tax year actually runs January to December, so they have to be on the tax rolls at the end of December to be included in the tax base for the next fiscal year. So unless they have received their certificate of occupancy by December, they will not be included in the following year. Those properties do not have their COs at this point. It is, a common practice to delay your CO till after the tax year, so you can in essence get one additional year with no taxes or low taxes. So the hope is they come on next year, but I can't say that for certain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Sherman in regards to this item? Very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Before we go on to the next item, we will start with our public comments for this evening. Please be reminded the City Council has adopted rules of decorum, public comment conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 p.m. unless there is no further business of the City Council, which in the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Any person who would like to speak during public comments, please fill out a public comment card located at the front desk and give it to all the staff before the public comment section is announced. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment cards for this section of the agenda is now closed. Bonnie Larson, Lloyd Brown, Claudius Knowles. Mr. Brown, Ms. Larson is first.
We just talked about code enforcement, and something I wanted to say is I'm very glad to hear.
Pull the mic up closer.
Up closer? Okay, I'm sorry. Code enforcement, I'm very glad to hear if code enforcement will go over those absentee landlords. They're making our neighborhoods a mess. Now they can't evict people. You can't imagine how we have to live. There are a lot of little homes. You drive around and you'll see a little bitty home. It used to be a 1 or 2 bedroom home years ago. Now it's split down the middle. So now there are 2 addresses on the front. So now they're renting out to 2 different families, and there's only 2 different exits and 1 only bathroom. I don't know how they do that. But there are slum landlords, and we need to really crank down on them. If they're going to own a home that they bought for cheap in Riviera Beach, fix it up, make it livable for the people. They have to live in poverty, and if they get kicked out, if they say something, they know they'll get kicked out, and there'll be someone else just to come in and won't say anything. So we need to make conditions better for our people that are living here. I'll do the good news first here. Okay. The thrift store on 28th, it's coming down. That thing should have been torn down 30 years ago. It's coming down. Could we put the sign that we used to have next to Barracuda Bay saying coming soon, fire department, and put it on the Walgreens location because people still don't know? All right, now here comes the can of worms. I sent a letter to the city because I have an issue. And the issue is that the previous councils bent over backwards to have that car wash come in on Blue Heron, our major intersection. They bent over backwards. They didn't care that they cut off our survey marker, and that wall is on our survey marker. They didn't care about that. They didn't care that the wall is not the proper height. People jump over it. They didn't care that people were putting their stucco on it, on our side. Okay, now we have an orange or gold or whatever color wall it is. It's ugly, it's full of mold. It's on our side. Okay. Now, what they've done now over there is they put up another sign saying they're going to be open till 8 o'clock at night. 8 o'clock at night from 7 in the morning. Okay? This allows, I have to talk fast here. When you add it all up, because Sunday they were only supposed to work half a day, but they're not. They are working, if they get that at 8 hours, which they have on their website already, 91 hours a week. We have to listen to that 7 days a week. They're only closed 2 days a year. We got to listen to that. During COVID, all other car washes were shut down. Not that one. The city let them operate. I have to think, what was the city getting out of this to grant them all these concessions? I looked up, I did my homework, I looked up every car wash in the area. They're the only ones that are open till 8 o'clock at night, want to be open till 8 o'clock at night. Please do the right thing, have some concern for our quality of life, and don't allow that 8 o'clock thing. No other car wash has it. Thank you.
Lloyd Brown, Claudius Knowles.
I got spread out. I take a COVID shot everywhere I go. So I got about 20 of them already. How you doing? My name is Lloyd Brown, and I was gonna tell you, the monkeys like hear no evil, speak no evil, and see no evil. Well, the people in Riviera Beach, I'm not really gonna say anything about y'all, but people in Riviera Beach, that's what I see in them. They don't see what you're doing over here. They don't hear what you're doing over here. And they don't know what you're doing over here. They always coming to me talking about, why don't you tell them this? Why don't you tell them that? And then you'll see them marching down the street, or you'll see the churches, or you'll see the stores ran by these people that only live in the neighborhood. They said in that Black Wall Street that a dollar bill turned over for 9 days. In Riviera Beach, it's gone in a New York second, and it's out of the neighborhood. And then another thing I want to know, I want to answer this. Anybody on the CRA, if they own property in Riviera Beach, I don't care where. If you build something in Riviera Beach, just like when they build Walmart out there, you know, all the property value close around that area went up. So how can, okay, I'll say this, how can Paul George play on this team when they're playing, say, well, look, I want to ref the team because it's going to benefit his team? How can he do that? Or how can Chris Paul say, well, halftime, we losing, let me stop and put on a referee uniform? That's a conflict of interest. And I think if anybody got anything to do with property, the CRA is not the place for you, because you have the opportunity to make decisions that might help your clients if you're in the real estate. And if you got property, it's going to help your value, your property. That's like, you know, in Riviera Beach, and then you saying you want to build. Another thing, it's like we building Riviera Beach, it's like a man building a house and he's using no mortar. He's just putting bricks up. So what you think is going? How long you think it's going to stand? Just because you building don't mean a damn thing when you're not really trying to stop the unemployment. I hear these people in Riviera Beach. It's not about y'all. They march around talking about stop the killing, but yet you go around the yards. They got some foreigner in there doing the yard. The church has got some foreigner cutting the grass, and you'll call some foreigner up. You say, well, you know, I had a guy to come in here. He was a crackhead. I had him to wash my car, build my house, and all that. I gave him $20. You know what he didn't do? He didn't go in the backyard and dig that hole for me to put that plant in, so I'm not going to mess with him no more. But, I mean, you ain't pay the man for $20, but you'll get somebody to come in and you'll criticize the black guys living next door to you because they selling drugs, they unemployed, and they speak English, and they can't get a job in America. And so how in the hell you going to talk about the young boys when I ain't never seen nobody in my neighborhood fly a plane down there to Colombia, speak Spanish, and bring a ton of cocaine back? So don't blame it on them. And like I'm saying, don't build this city. All the killing going on. My friend his son just got killed this week. Find out how to employ these young boys, and then you will stop all this crime. Don't build where it's going to fall down.
Who else do we have?
John Miller, Cindy March, Artie Williams.
Not yet, Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knowles, you wanted to speak on item number 17, am I correct? We're not on item number 17 yet.
Mr. Miller?
John Miller, 1290 Manor Drive. I'm going to try to stay as positive as I possibly can. I try to do that when I come up here. First of all, I missed that last meeting, and I just want to say that I know the full story also about what Officer Hoffman, how he saved that young boy's life. And, you know, it takes guts to do that. You know, and I mean, we have men, or women and men, officers, to put their lives on that line every day. But to do what he did, I'm glad you did a real nice job for him, because he deserved it. And so does the entire police department. It's not their fault because of what goes on in this country right now. There's many issues that are causing all these different things. So the next thing I want to talk about is, in my life in construction, one of the venues that I worked for was Sunoco, a huge, at the time, refiner. And we did a lot of projects. I was a project manager on major projects. And when we do these projects, which some of them could be hundreds of millions of dollars, the CEO would come and give a little pep talk. He'd walk in and he talked about this, and he said, you know, he says, once you start this project, it's like a train. He said, it takes a lot of power to get that train moving. He said, but once you get that moving, he says, this is where you make progress. Right now in this city, we got that train moving. And it wasn't just Mr. Evans, it was all of you up here. That's not right. You know what I'm saying?
Continue,
That's
Mr.
not
Miller.
right for somebody to be hollering at. That's not right. Listen, you can have any opinion you want, but I can tell you, I've been a property owner here since 1974. I've been retired now 10 years here, and there's more going on here now. This train is moving. And I can tell you right now, we're always going to have dissidents. We're always going to have people that say nay, that whatever. But the people are behind you. They're behind you. Thank you so much as a council working together, doing whatever you can to move this city forward, and we're moving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy March, Artie Williams, J.B. Dixon.
Good evening, Council. I wish I knew which side that train, which direction that train was moving, so I could have got on that train as well. I'm here to speak, and it's personal with me, and it's been personal for the last 3 years. You all need to be mindful, because I know you all know that you all have a lawsuit with Lady March Goldwine, which is my niece. You all need to speak to whoever on social media saying you had an open section about her case. I knew you all ran the flyer when you all got elected with Lanier and Botel name on it. Get rid of Lady March, fire Lady March. Botel, she walked out because she knew I was coming for her. So let me just speak briefly. What goes up must come down. It's going to come out. And I ask, and I plead with you all go to court, be honest with yourself. Because, including myself, everybody in here have had a past. But your past do not predict your future. Lady March Goldwine, I don't care how personal you felt about her, how negative you felt about her. She was good for this city. Only if her and Evans could have worked together, you would have been amazed of what kind of job they could have got done together instead of praising a manager that said he would not come back unless he had a 5-0 vote, and he only had a 3-2 vote. I was at that meeting. Thanks to Kashama, she rigged up the third contract. It was a third contract. Words were scratched out, but it was a third contract. So when you all get ready to go to court, be honest with yourself. What if this was me? What if this was me snatching a fork out of somebody's mouth who went to jail? Talking about she didn't have no license. She didn't have this. Lynn Hubbard, her auntie. I'm her auntie. Lynn Hubbard is no kin to us. Lady March went through a lot because of the lies, the defamation, and I'm quite sure your lawyer for your city, I'm quite sure she don't warn you all. So, Botel on the social media, you need to tell whoever to bring it down until after court, because it's gonna all come out. What you do in the dark gonna come to the light. And all this money you all pay these big developers and want to give them a cut after she left here, it's coming out. And remember, the last whistleblower got $8 million. So don't think, it's not even about the money. It's the way you defamed her character. And then his so-called lawyer, Stevens, he's still trying to defame her as a criminal. She's not a criminal. We all did wrong. I did wrong in my life. I made bad choices. But I had a second chance.
Thank you, ma'am.
Artie Williams, J.B. Dixon, Dolores Williams.
Good evening, Council and the residents. My name is Artie Williams. I'm here on behalf of the Youth Recreation Association and Mothers Against Murders Association. And we just want to speak on a few things. Actually, one thing, and that's the contract concerning waste management. Now, waste management, I can say personally, with our organizations, have done so many things for the community, things you probably don't even know about. A lot of the programs that we've been doing, the feeding programs, the senior programs, it came from Waste Management and some of the council people here. But Waste Management have been dealing with us for years, and a lot of times they don't even have any recognition. The banner, all these things haven't been put up, but those things are done because of this organization and this group. And we want to continue to support them. I know our recreation department and Mama, we're going to continue to support them. And I'm asking all of you council to, when they come down, to support them also, because they have done a lot, just not for when it comes to garbage, trash, or whatever, but our community, things that you don't see. So sometimes you got to consider and find out what's going on. And that's why I'm here, to let you know that we have been partnering with them for years, and we have a lot of people in our organization that supports them, and we're going to continue to support them. Ellen and the group has done great. So I'm here on just behalf of Mama and the Youth Recreation Association, say stand behind what's been going good for our city. There's no need to change, and I think if everybody understands the RAM and the scope of what they have done and what they're going to continue to do, even with our city, our council, I think that it's just great. So I ask you that you just continue to support them. We are, and if anything, I'm sure that you guys need in the community from Ellen or the Waste Management, give them a call, talk to them, but just give them a chance. And I think that they deserve our support. And if it's not broke, let's not fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
J.B. Dixon, Dolores Williams, Bessie Brown.
J.B. Dixon, Riviera Beach on Singer Island. You know, many times when all of us come up here, we come up with some kind of a gripe or a criticism. And I think that one of the things that we should do is occasionally use this forum to talk about the good things that have been happening in our city. I just got, several days ago, the newsletter from the city, and I was surprised to hear that our firefighters, 13 of them, had been called up to help at Surfside. And I think that's, you know, an incredible thing that our people did, and I would like to recognize those 13 people tonight. And also to send along to Chief Curd, I posted that on Nextdoor. And Nextdoor, Singer Island, and many of the neighborhoods on the west side of the bridge also belong to Nextdoor, Park Manor, Lone Pine, things like that. And so I was expecting people to say, hey, that's great, you know, people from our city and our neighborhoods. The remarks that came in congratulating Riviera Beach and its firefighters came in from, you know, Jupiter and Palm Beach Gardens and Royal Palm Beach and West Palm Beach and areas that I didn't even recognize. Over 300 people, and that's really unheard of on Nextdoor. 300 people hit the like button on that between a post I made and another one that Councilwoman Botel made. It was like 350, I think. And the people who took the actual time to write their congratulations were also almost close to 100. And I don't know if anyone here knows who those people are, but I don't, and I would just like to read their names into the record, because that must have been a horrible experience for them. And I believe that they were not assigned to it, but they were asked if they would volunteer to represent Riviera Beach in that tragedy. The captain was Adam Plesky. The driver was T.J. DeGangi. The engineer was Brandon Keats. The driver engineer was Erica Gittler. Another driver engineer was Kristen Berthold, a lady firefighter, you guys. Also Daniel Tran, Nick Lazito, Darlene Wilson, Elizabeth Hadamaki, David Morrison, Phil Lewis, Jason Patton, and David Trice. I wanted to thank those 13 people for making our city look so good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dolores Williams, Bessie Brown, William Wiley.
Good evening to the council
Good evening.
and the citizens of River Beach and the solid waste. You've been giving me good service. I don't know what is going to happen tonight. But I'm here tonight I'd like to honor the police department for the great job they have been doing. I know they helped me out a lot. But I just want to say some things here. Now, you know, when I get up here, I'm going to talk about West Side, and I'm going to talk about Stony Brook, and I'm going to talk about Singer Island. Say you shouldn't get up here with all this criticism or saying nothing. You're talking about the city. We're talking about what parts are not being reached. And we want everything to be, if somebody got to say, reach for the whole city. Nobody say, no, don't say nothing about West. It's on the east side. Okay, right down 13 and President Obama Avenue. I came here about 2 years ago, and I asked them, why can't you put up a wonderful grocery store, a bowling alley, a skate range, something for our youth? Tell me, what did they put up on the corner of President Obama and 13th Street? A big old empty warehouse. Right across on the other side, another big old empty warehouse that we've been coming here for the past 2 or 3 years asking you all. I see some of the things that we got up here as people in the city and recommend to you that you're offering in. Some of you might not accept this here, but about 6 years ago, one of the council, and that's another thing, y'all always get up and say, oh, the council before, they didn't do that, and they didn't do that. Some of you was working right on there with that council that year. What did you do on that council that year? You had the council, Davis brought the same thing what y'all doing. I done been to some of y'all meetings, had the same posters and all this stuff up here. Brought all what y'all trying to say, you're going to renovate the city and do all this stuff. Y'all didn't even work with him, some of you on the councils. And he brought everybody, engineers, everybody, pictures and everything for y'all to go by. And then look at this, this is what I want to say. Monroe Heights residents. They gave them $4 million to fix a bridge over in Singer Island. They came into the last councilman, please give us that other $1 million. That's $5 million. What did you do to Monroe Heights? You still got the white line through the center. Cars got to park on the sidewalk. People can't do this and can't do that. I want to know what you're going to do on the west side. You got Broadmoor, Stony Brook. Now Broadmoor is down. But they say they got new owners and all this stuff they going to do. One person said they're going to furnish it off with 32 apartments with new furniture. Haven't been done yet. I guess they're going to get there with the new management. But I want to let y'all know, people of Riviera Beach, I'm going to come in the city and I'm going to take up a charter. And I want everybody to sign it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bessie Brown, William Wiley, Mary Brown.
Good evening, council. Bessie Brown. I'd like to know, what is Jonathan Evans' salary is at the CRA? I'd like to request a copy of the 2019-20 presentation on the July 7th, 2020 agenda, which I requested, and I'd like to pick it up by Friday. And the new Reimagine workshops that we had, those things were actually submitted and presented to council in 2015. So if we're on the ball, we're on the ball about 6 years later. But all that stuff was in place when Terrence went out and brought the people in to survey the land and all of that, and got all of this stuff set up for you all to use. That's so good. Terrence Davis did this, and I wanted to tell you, because this is nothing new.
William Wiley, Mary Brown, Doretta Polk.
Good afternoon, board. My name is William Wiley, born and raised here in Riviera Beach Federal Gardens. And first of all, I want to talk to thank Mr. Evans and the Parks and Rec Department for having we had a softball game a couple weekends ago, and it was something that was very good for the city and for everyone to get to see it. Only thing I would ask is that if it can be advertised a little bit more, because a lot of people wanted to participate and be able to enjoy the festivities also. So hopefully next time we can actually get a little more people involved with it and have a little fun, and hopefully we can get the city together to start working together doing projects such as roller skating, which Parks and Recs are doing right now, and bowling, or whatever program we can for the kids and also for the adults. One major thing I want to talk about also was we had a neighbor in my neighborhood. We just met and kind of given a welcome to the community, and that neighbor stated that there was a water leak somewhere and it had been leaking for about 7 to 8 months. So we hop in our vehicle and we go over to that area, and it was over on, if I'm correct, I have the address here. I think it was on 10th Street and Avenue I. And we go over there and we look, and you can hear it, and the water's just running into a certain area, and then it's running right into the sewer and everything. So we contacted a few people, and I think it's taken care of. But the bottom line is that I want everyone in the community to be able to understand this. If something like that happens and you see something like that going on in the community, don't assume that someone else is going to take care of that, because if that's something that's pertaining to our water bill, and the reason why our water bill is so high, that could be the reason. She said it was running for 8 months. That's just what she saw. It could have been there for a couple of years. So hopefully that situation is taken care of, and we can get it fixed. And hopefully if something like that ever happens, please call up to the city and let them know, because I'm pretty sure our Public Works Department is awesome, and they'll go and get that taken care of as soon as possible. Another thing I want to talk about was accountability and transparency with our government. I'll take that back. Let's go back to something else. A couple residents have contacted me about the situation about the Alpha project and the rental agreement, and I would like to know when would that come back to the board. I think that's something that's very important, and if we're going to put Riviera Beach first, and that's something that we need to get done in our city, we want to, people want to talk and address that situation and make sure that gets fixed as soon as possible. And on the last part, Trodrick talked about something that was very important, I think, at one point. He talked about having the resumes and everything, and I agree with what Trodrick said on that situation, because we want to have accountability with who we're hiring and what jobs we're doing and everything. The only problem that I may have with that is that we don't want our boards to be able to determine who's being hired at our facilities and everything. But I do understand what he was saying, and it does make a lot of sense. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mary Bram Doretta Polk.
Good evening, Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. I'm going to bring a little humor in here. First of all, I'm going to say that our deepest condolences goes to Charles Tigg family. Mr. Tigg passed away, and those that you know, Ann Tiggs and Sabrina. So our deepest condolences goes out to you. A big shout out goes out to Mr. Amon for his recovery, as well as Charisma. Ms. Bram, love you from the heart, and all of the other officers that are a little ill, I say a speedy recovery to you. Okay.
Clarify, what officer?
Charisma.
Right.
Not you.
Phillips.
Miss Phillips, excuse me. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, that was some seconds taken away from me. Okay, she's sitting over there. That was some minutes that was taken away from me, so please let me start. Okay, please, don't take anything from me, okay? Thank you. Because McCoy said it. Okay, I'm gonna bring some humor in here. Because see, we put it on last Saturday, over there at Dan Calloway Rec. We put it on. The city of Riviera Beach presented and came together against crime co-ed community softball tournament. And I'm going to tell you what happened over there. It was 16s. Charlie McCoy was out there in the field. He was struck out. Mr. Jonathan Evans, he was the pitcher. He was pitching like he was playing professional football, sweating like a champ. The Monroe Heights youth, oh, don't y'all babies worry, Miss Brown got you covered. Terry Braden came over because they was having a little, NFL, coaching over there. So Elam and Terry Braden, the Kansas City Chief that won the Super Bowl, he came over and he gave him a little man, some encouragement. That's not right.
Yeah, right. Keep going.
Okay, gave the little man a little encouragement. Marie Davis, she hit a hit and made it to first base. Kudos, Marie. Miss Firefighter Kerr, and you and the paramedics, you flamed every last one of them. You flamed my children, you flamed Mr. McCoy, you flamed Mr. Marie Davis, you flamed every last one of them. And Lawson came over from over at the gym, so, he was running all around because he was trying to figure out what was going on. The firefighter flamed everybody over there. Chief Kerr, Miss Brown here to tell you.
Thank you so much.
You will not get away with that. Miss Gwen Oaks.
Ms. Brown, thank you so much.
Bring the girls.
Okay.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you so much.
Madam Chair, before may I just quickly?
And don't forget
Now,
to
Ms.
break
Bram,
us the liniment.
Ms.
because
Bram-
we gonna lock you down.
Ms. Bram and I made a deal that we would go against the firefighters, but they had to have their shoes tied together. That makes sense, right? They were excellent. They really were.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Doretta Polk.
Good evening, Council. My name is Doretta Polk, and I'm just here to commend Mr. Jonathan Evans. I heard on the news a couple of weeks ago that when we talk about these warehouses and stuff like that, Amazon is coming to Riviera Beach. This is jobs for our citizens, our residents. These are jobs. He is moving the city. Some people say that this Imagine Riviera Beach was the other council idea, that this is not something new. Did they act on it? Did they implement anything? This young man should be commended for all he does for the city of Riviera Beach. So another thing, the mural on the library. Mr. McCray did an outstanding job on that mural. It was very delightful. And I just want to let everyone know, we have to come together to make Riviera Beach the proudest city in our Palm Beach County, because it is going to be there. And he does have a vision, and he is taking us forward, not backwards. So I just want to commend Mr. Evans for all you do, and also City Attorney Nguyen, because I'm sure she helped with this situation. But we are on the move, and we are on the right track. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comments.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, would you address some of those issues that were raised by the residents?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Starting with the officer, Mr. Evans, if you don't mind.
Yes, Officer Charisma is here to my left, so I'm assuming she's doing okay. But yes, we have some folks that are out, and certainly wish that you keep them in your thoughts and prayers as we are still battling COVID in the agency. With regards to the signage on Blue Heron, there will be a project board and some signage that will be placed on the fence once the demo contractor concludes. After the demo contractor is done on the Walgreens site, they will move to 2600 Broadway to commence demolition there. I've asked staff to secure that site and then move forward with the demolition of that particular structure. One of the challenges associated with that demo, that it won't be as fast as we would have hoped, is that FPL relocated some of its critical infrastructure on that site. And so we've been working with FP&L to get that resolved and then move forward with the subsequent destruction of that or demolition of that particular facility. And then obviously, based on the direction provided by the board, going out to get a solicitation together to move forward with a public-private partnership on that site. With regards to the property that's adjacent to Ms. Larson, what we're going to do is we'll look at the operational hours and the conditions in the site plan and see if there was any stipulations in regards to when their hours of operations would be, and then we'll look to resolve that particular matter. And then some other issues that Ms. Larson communicated in her correspondence. With respect to the comments that Mr. Brown made related to the development group and those that are involved in Marina Phase 2, the CRA board will be discussing some elements associated with that particular project, but we are still moving forward, and we're seeking direction from the board to move forward with the financial analysis of the developer and their ability to bring the project to life. So conceivably, you'll hear about that at your next regular meeting. The property on the corner of 13th and Obama, that property was never owned by the city. That property was owned by a private outfit, and working in collaboration with that developer, we were able to get Amazon to occupy that particular space, and they have actually acquired the parcels adjacent to it to be able to accommodate their operation. They are signing, I believe, a 25-year lease with a 25-year automatic renewal, and then they do own the parcels adjacent to that. It's anticipated that they will have about 200 jobs, and they will work with the city of Riviera Beach with regards to filling those jobs where the minimum wage is $15 an hour. So we're thankful of having an employer that is paying a livable wage. With regards to my salary with the CRA, that's very easy. The number is 0. I've been in the position for 9 months, 6 days, 23 hours, 54 minutes, and about 8 seconds. And the inquiry as it relates to the audit is available online, and we can make a hard copy available at the city clerk's office tomorrow or at the finance department, whichever the individual chooses to pick it up. We'll have it available by end of week. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to address the comment by Mr. Wiley. I'm in the process of compiling the changes to the lease agreement with the Alphas, and I will have those changes to them early next week, and we'll begin negotiating then.
Very good, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now down to item number 16, resolution number 8621, a resolution of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the issuance of the city's public improvement revenue bonds, Series 2021, in the initial aggregate principal amount of not exceeding $35 million for the purpose of financing the Series 2021 project, describing the Series 2021 project, determining certain details of the Series 2021 bonds, approving the form of a summary notice of sale and a notice of sale, and authorizing the public sale of the Series 2021 bonds, providing for the application of the proceeds of the Series 2021 bonds, delegating authority to proper officials of the city in consultation with the city's financial advisor to accept, pursuant to a competitive public sale process, the bid or bids of the lowest qualified bidder or bidders for the purchase of the Series 2021 bonds, subject to certain parameters and other matters set forth in this resolution. approving the form and authorizing the execution of an official statement in connection with the offering and sale of the Series 2021 bonds, and authorizing the distribution of a preliminary official statement and the official statement, appointing a paying agent and registrar, authorizing the execution and delivery of a paying agent registrar agreement, providing for the financial advisor to make recommendations regarding whether to fund a Series 2021 reserve sub-account and whether to obtain a bond insurance policy and or reserve account credit facility for the Series 2021 bonds, and authorizing the city to follow such recommendations, authorizing the Series 2021 bonds to be registered under a book entry only system of registration, authorizing the proper officers of the city to do all other things deemed necessary or advisable in connection with the sale and delivery of the Series 2021 bonds, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Move to approve resolution number 8621.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Finance and Administrative Services, Mr. Randy Sherman, make this presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman?
Good evening again, Randy Sherman. The resolution you have in front of you is the official action by this board to authorize the issuance of Series 2021 bonds up to $35 million for Project 2021. The definition of Project 2021 is stations 86 and 88. As you can see from the header read by the city clerk, this resolution does go into a lot of detail about how these bonds will be issued. They will be done competitively. They will be awarded based on the lowest qualified bidder or bidders. And it lays out, again, series of steps about issuing the official statement, issuing the notice of sale, setting up the paying agent, which is the individual or group that we pay, that then they pay the bondholders. So there's a lot of details in this resolution that lay out the process that will be followed for the issuance of the sale. After tonight, if this is approved, the process does go rather quickly. Then the next, on Monday, we would have rating agency presentations, get our rating next week. We would then issue the notice of sale somewhere probably around the second week of August, get our bids in a week later, and close by the end of August. I can take any questions, and I know you want to take public comment, but just so you also know, Bond Counsel and the city's financial advisor are here to take any questions if you have any of them.
Very good. Public comment?
Mary Bram.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
As this is germane to the presentation, staff also, the third week of August, is going to have a series of community meetings to speak to the community in regards to the conditions of Fire Station 86 and the placement of Fire Station 86, as well as sharing some of the nuances and some of the components that are incorporated in Station 88, and then ultimately how we would look to fund those particular stations as directed by the board. And then once we get the community feedback, we'll be able to bring that back to you for consideration when that is ready to come before you for the closing of the loan. So we did want to let you know that we're going to do some community outreach associated with those projects and the funding associated, because we've discussed the fire assessment component, and so we're going to engage the community and share with them how that can be utilized as a mechanism to actually fund the construction of the fire stations.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
It's Mayor Brown, Riviera Beach. As I said before, the city, facilities, infrastructure within your government compounds and communities is always revenue with bonds. Now, in this, I would like for Mr. Sherman to explain to you all, when it says the entry-only system of registration. Because, see, I know that you all are probably thinking in terms, well, what does that mean? So I would like for Mr. Randy Sherman
either the city manager to explain that, to you all. Mr. Sherman did state that it would be put out for bids, and you have an window, the process that is used in correlation of your bonds. And he did say in August, and this is a process, and it goes very quickly. So those were one thing that I wanted the manager, either the finance director, to let you all know when it says here only the entry-only system of registration pertaining to these bonds. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Encouraging
Brown.
the council to move forward because we cannot continue to allow our buildings to crumble and our infrastructure to keep on cracking and molded, and our buildings are infested, so that we can move forward. So I'm encouraging the board to please move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the council in regards to this item?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Evans, for addressing the community charrettes and conversations, because based on our agenda review today, that was my biggest concern, is making sure the residents understand where we're spending money, how we're going to be spending money, and how we're going to fund these projects. So thank you for addressing that, and hopefully the residents will participate, because the same way they came out for all the Reimagine events, I want them to also be a part of all the funding and finance meetings so that they can understand exactly every dollar is going to impact their children's children. Every bond that we take out is going to be a part of these bills that these residents are going to be paying for years to come. So please make sure you participate. And also, Mr. Evans, I want to make sure that we're continuing to find multiple streams and additional creative items to help fund these projects, because, like I said before, we have about $500 million of development we're going to be putting in the ground in the next 3 to 5 years. So I want to make sure that we can come up with as many creative possible ideas to fund these. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Sherman in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Millie Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank
Next
you.
item.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item number 17, resolution number 7321, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, to receive oral presentations from the Good Companies, Inc. of Florida and Waste Management, Inc. of Florida, and award RFP 1011-21-2 for solid waste disposal services to the firm selected by council, authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract for execution by the mayor and the city clerk between the awarded firm and the city of Riviera Beach to provide solid waste disposal services, requiring and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, just as a procedural item, Resolution 7321, we are asking that the board uncouple that particular resolution, as we will not ask for you to execute the resolution this evening. We will bring back a resolution when we do get direction from the board as to who the #1 ranked firm is, and then enter into contract associated with that. So tonight, you will be sharing with staff who the #1 ranked firm is, and then we will then proceed forward with the negotiations for a contract and then bring that resolution back for execution. At this particular moment, Madam Chair, I will ask the Deputy City Manager, who's standing in for our Procurement Director, to make this presentation.
Before you get started, let's be clear about how this is going to work. How we have 2 presentations, each from each of the bidders. You said it would be 30 minutes. Does that 30-minute include comments and questions in regards to that item or to their submission?
That's 30 minutes for each of them, not inclusive of their time or the time for the board to ask any questions.
All right, so 30 minutes each. Madam Clerk, could you put the timer on for each presentation?
Media?
Very good. Ms. McBride.
Madam Chair and members of the council, The solicitation that is before you tonight relate to solid waste disposal services, RFP 1011-21-2, excuse to -1. It was issued on March 7, 2021, and responses were received by the city on May 14, 2021. And proposals were received from the Good Companies, Inc. and Waste Management. The proposals or responses were reviewed by an evaluation committee consisting of 4 city staff members and a member of the City of West Palm Beach Public Works staff on June 10th, 2021. As a part of that process, the evaluation committee did not conduct any interviews of the respondent. And tonight, with your permission, we'd like to proceed with this matter as follows. A presentation on the evaluation criteria that was outlined in the RFP, results of the evaluation committee members' scoring of the proposals, and the differences in the proposals as provided in page 2 of Mrs. Penzel's memorandum to you, page 2, paragraph 2.
Where is Mrs. Penzel?
She's had a medical emergency.
Okay.
She ended up having to have surgery on Friday. Okay, excuse me. Okay. Followed by presentations by the respondents in alphabetical order. And for the city tonight, I would go over the evaluation committee information. If the council has questions about the history of technical matters related to the proposal, we have here Mr. Cedric Clark, the interim director of Public Works, and Mr. Terrence Bailey, the city engineer. And questions related to the pricing or fee schedule, we have here Mr. Sherman. Okay?
Very good.
Right. If you look up before you, the evaluation criteria that was utilized by the committee related to the qualifications and experience of the firm, looking at years of experience, licenses, experience with projects of similar scope, other pertinent information to demonstrate the proposal's capacity necessary to perform the work being required by the RFP. The maximum amount of points a proposer could get in this area was 25. And as you see, Waste Management ended up with a total score of 124 from the evaluators, Good Company 120. We also looked at the organizational profile, examining the qualification and experience of the project team, assessing personnel assigned to the city project, subcontractors, their demonstrated experiences.
Let me interrupt you. I'm sorry, Ms. McBride. I'm not following. If it's the maximum is 25, and then you have 124 and 120, how does that work?
5 times 5.
Oh, it's 5.
I mean, we have 5 proposals. I'm sorry. There are 5 evaluators.
Oh, I see.
So each one of them could have given them
I see.
up to
Okay.
25. Excuse me. Okay.
Very good.
All right. The maximum points, well, let me go back. Under the organizational profile, the qualification and experience of the project team, we also looked at licenses, references, and projects in the municipal and private sector. The maximum points that the evaluator could have given in this area was 20. Waste Management ended up with a score 97, and Good 95. Okay. The third area examined was the approach to the scope of work, examining the proposals as to the vision and ideas that were presented by the proposals, the methodology they would use, whether or not the proposal submitted a transition plan, community outreach being provided, and the proposal's use of software in the carrying out of the services. The maximum points that could be given a proposal by an evaluator was 25. In this area, Waste Management ended up with 89. Good ended up with 120. We also looked at references from projects similar to those contained in the solicitation from prime and subcontractors. The maximum points available were 10. Each party ended up with a score of 50. Equipment,
looking to see if they were utilizing environmentally friendly vehicles for the delivery of their services in the city. The maximum point that could be given was 10. Waste Management ended up with 44. Good ended up with 47. For the principal office for the primary proposal, we looked because we were requesting that they have a satellite office in West Palm. Neither party had an office in Riviera Beach. I used that term, excuse me. I said principal office in West Palm, please forgive me. I meant Riviera Beach. But in Riviera Beach, neither proposal had an office in Riviera Beach. So no one could get the maximum point of 15. Both got points for Palm Beach County because Waste Management does have offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Good has an office in Mangonia Park, we saw. And that's how come both will end up with scores of 10. If it was just in Florida, there would have been just 5 points. Excuse me for going backwards. When we look at the SBE or MWBE ownership, the maximum point one could get was 15. Waste Management ended up, if there was 15% participation, you could end up with a point of 10. Less than 15, you'd end up with 5. Waste Management had less than 15, so they ended up with a score of 25. Good is represented to be minority-owned, so they ended up with a score of 75. Under the free pricing schedule, we examined the firm's detailed budget of fee schedule for services. The maximum point that could be achieved was 20. Waste Management ended up with a score of 80, and Good ended up with a score of 100. So based upon the scores of the evaluation committee, Waste Management ended up with a score of 559 and Good 657. And that's just a score indicating the evaluators scoring, each evaluator scoring of information for Good as well as for Waste Management. And if I move forward, just dealing with the deviations Ms. Hensel put on page 2 about the satellite office, neither party indicated or had really a functional satellite office in their proposal. Good did indicate that they have established a relationship with a partnership with Complete Contract Consulting LLC to have a call center that would operate from 8:30 to 9:30, Monday through Fridays, 8:30 to 2 something on Saturdays, and they could manage 4,000 calls a month and 1,000 emails. Transition plan. Waste Management does not submit one. Good did. There was a request that a bidder start off with 10,000 new carts. Good Representative Wood, Waste Management said they would provide 2,000 new carts per year for residents. And then the present price for residential services is $11.94. Waste Management proposal provides for $17.34 per month. Good proposal provides for $13.65 per month. And then the MBE ownership, both have MWB participation. And one other thing that the committee thought was unique was that with Third Eye Software, both companies have it, but Good gives the city direct access to the truck, its location, and the city could view what is happening. Whereas with Waste Management, they have the same capability, but we basically have to wait for pictures to come from them. So we don't really have direct access. Okay. So at this time, Madam Chair, we can move forward with the proposals presentation, commencing in alphabetical order.
Go ahead.
Okay. And we have asked that if we're going to start in alphabetical order, Good would come first, and we would ask each team to please wait across the hallway as the other team presents. So thank you.
Okay, so the Waste Management Group, you can wait outside until this
Right.
presentation.
Across the hallway, yes.
Mr. Walter, do you have the timer for this presentation? I need a 30-minute timer for this. Oh. We have the clock, Walter? All right, very good. Okay, all right, just alert me when the 30 minutes, thank you. So the team of Good companies, would you come up with your presentation, please?
Good evening, members of the board, residents of Riviera Beach. My name is Willie D. Good. I'm here presenting our oral presentation to you all. Honored to be here to present for our response to the contract. Let's go back here to RFP 1011-21-1. I'll first by starting out introducing our team. This here we have Willie K. Good, the president and CEO of Good Companies. Again, my name is Willie D. Good. I'm the Chief Operating Officer. Adrienne Good, also co-owner, partner. She's not able to be here because of traveling constraints. Team, if I introduce you, can you please stand and just wave? We have Tanisha Underdew, our office manager. We have, excuse me, we have James Meredith, our operations manager. And we have Don Baldwin, our lead dispatcher and billing specialist. And now I'm going to turn this over to Willie K. Good. And he's going to introduce our scope of work and our approach to service.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Council. We are very excited to be able to put a proposal in for the city of Riviera Beach.
Can you speak up and talk?
Okay, excuse me. We are very excited about putting in a proposal RFP for Riviera Beach. When we came in this area over 2 years ago, looking for a location, our location landed us right there off 54th Street on Dexter, right at the borderline of Riviera Beach. Myself personally, I started on the back of a truck, basically at the age of 13. And every summer, my uncle owned a garbage truck in Washington, D.C., and that was the way to get out the inner city without getting in trouble. Me and my brother sitting over there, every summer, that's what we did, and I took a liking to the trash truck business, to the trucking business. And that liking with my reading in school and it just something to have and support myself and help my mom and my dad out for we can get out of the area that we was living in. I enter into owner-operator of a trash business at the age of 23. I started with one truck. I'm currently operating over 300 trucks, 1,000 employees. I'm very proud of, I call employees my coworkers because they're the heartbeat of what we do at Good Companies. The approach to work, and trust me, my eyesight is leaving me a little bit. I ain't that old, but so we went out and performed route studies. Due to the fact I'm an operator myself, I personally did the route studies along with my son because I wanted to make sure what we was entering into, we're going to do the best job for the city of Riviera Beach. And while doing that, we conducted site visits in every area of Riviera Beach, from the west side all the way over to Singer Island. Everywhere we can get into that wasn't gated because we didn't have codes or permission to get in, we enter it. We looked at the site from our trash eyes, from our experience of what I've done, the heartbeat of what I've been living with for 40 years of doing. And that was able for us to put our proposal together, able to see what's being done now, and to see how can we make it better. So that was our whole approach. So if you could see this, some of the pictures of many we took, and showing some of the neighborhoods we went to, showing some how the current operation was going. So what we do, we take that, we go back to our war room, our boardroom with our management staff that's sitting there, and we create how can we make it better. And we saw a lot of things that we will do to make it better, and that's our own approach, answer the phone, get it done type of system. You know, we have no excuses, we just make it happen. And that's what made me, I guess, you know, to still be here after 30 years from one truck to 300 plus trucks, coming from Washington, D.C., and being the first minority to enter the state of Florida as a minority hauler. The system that they mentioned about the third eye system, it's like, it's on live. The truck itself have 5 cameras on it. One inside the cab, 2 facing the right and the left front, and 2 facing the right and the left rear. So that way we can show that we really went down the street, was the trash can out at the time, did we place it back right, and any incidents happen, it can show live feed. Not only as a safety component, it really make the men and women do much better, because, you know, it's not to watch them, it's just to watch what we do as a company or service and make sure we don't impact anybody at risk, because we don't want anybody to get hurt. The transition plan. Transition plan is just a list of stuff that we would do if we were the awardee. But one thing that we pride ourselves in is, especially with Kirk Good, and Kirk, you know, wave your hand again. Kirk is, we call him a special team project manager. So I would say, Kirk, we just got this contract. So Kirk would come on site, and as all the equipment come in to be, you know, presented and provided in the city, Kirk would schedule it. He'd have the team to put it out, make sure it's labeled right, number right, and of course look good, like our name good. We want it to look good. Plus, Kirk helps the team out when day one go. Kirk stay on site and stay for up to 90 days to make sure we are getting the job done that was City of Riviera Beach deserve. New equipment. Our goal is we will provide brand new trucks for this contract. We have a good relationship with the Mack Company, Peterbilt Company, the company to provide the bodies, which is Howell and McNeilius. I'm in a group that I'm the only minority in this group of CEOs in the waste collection business, where all CEOs get together. It's 50% haulers, 25% equipment companies for the trash business, and 25% finance companies that you know, give loans and bonds. And it's a great, I'm 4 years in it now. And this was a group that you had to be asked to be in. You cannot put a file of paper to be in. And I was honored to be in this group. So with the new trucks, 8 of the new trucks will have, which on the side of the body, placards where the City of Riviera, for free advertising, can print, say whatever they want printed, and we will put them on the side of our trucks. So if you want to promote a meeting, say somebody event, or just promote the city, it will be on the side of the trucks, running the city every day. 8 of the trucks for the whole term of the contract. Plus, we looked at it. Right now, the streets are green. We want the city to choose what color they would like to have. We want the city logos to be on side of the can, just like that. Plus, there'll be a serial number on front of the can that every resident would know what their number is. If they forget it, they can call. We can hit the number in the system, and they can go find their can. If it mixed up with other cans on the corner. So if somebody come and bring a can in the wrong way, they can go look at the front of it and get that serial number and bring their cart back.
Now, I'm going to talk about our participation in local hiring. This will be my third city council meeting that I've attended. Just being in the room and being here today, we definitely understand the passion and the care that you all have for the city. So we definitely want to be a part of that. We want to local hire, make sure we're participating well, make sure that we're communicating with you guys. And with that being said, I'd like to introduce one of our subcontractors, Taylor & Gamble, and they will explain their role, what role they will have with us.
Good evening. My name is Fred Gamble. This is my partner, KT Taylor of Taylor & Gamble. And basically, we're one of the SBEs that will be working with Mr. Good for this project. When we're not operating as a firefighter, I've been a firefighter for 12 years. KT's a state officer. We've been managing and owning and operating a company, trash can cleaning and maintenance in Palm Beach County for the last 4 years. We met Mr. Good probably about 3 years ago at a SWAT event where they was trying to basically network minority businesses with some of the solid waste government contracts. In that time, Mr. Good basically provided us as mentorship, and he really taught us and exposed us to the business of solid waste. For this process, we'll be responsible for areas of grapple pickup and roll-off services and trash bin cleaning. At this point in time, I want you to introduce y'all to our second SBE partner, Ms. Sharma.
Thank you so much, Fred. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharna Barnes. I am the CEO of Complete Contract Consulting, and on this project, I will be in charge of any of the outreach opportunities that has been expressed in our proposal and what we'll be talking about more in our presentation. And we are a certified small minority woman-owned business. We are registered and is here in City of Riviera Beach, right there at the BBT building on the second floor. So we also activate our call center. We understand the transition from a new old incumbent to a new incumbent can be a bit hard. So we want to ensure that we provide customer service agents for all your residents and all your commercial customers to answer any questions, changes in schedules, or anything to ensure a smooth transition if we're awarded. Thank you.
Again, just adding to the local hiring piece. As Shauna stated, we want to be able to employ, if we are awarded, we want to be able to employ the older incumbents, employees. We want to make sure that they're not left without a job if we're awarded, and we also want to make sure that we're hiring right here in the city of Riviera Beach. We want to offer, we want to have job fairs, all those type of things to make sure that we are providing, the people of Riviera Beach with jobs. And that brings me to my next slide of our outreach. Again, just realizing how much you all care care for you guys, the city, and you all community. We again want to be a part of that. So we sat down and we decided, okay, what are ways we can commit, show the city that we are committed. So our first thing we have is our GCI Commits program, where we want to provide at least $3,500 yearly to up to 5 city-sponsored events and charities, including but not limited to Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Juneteenth, Thanksgiving and Christmas events. Just making sure that we are providing and we're lockstep with you guys, any charities and events that you all have going on. Also, we have our Riviera SBE rate. That's pretty much, we want to give 5% discounts for services for all Riviera Beach commercial customers that are small business certified by Palm Beach County and located inside the city limits. Then we have our 1098 Route Complete program. This is our school program. We want to partner with you guys, partner with the city, and we want to provide book bags and supplies for middle school and elementary school students. And also, the 9th and 10th grade, we want to do an annual field trip to our sites to view our trucks and to see how the operation goes on a daily basis. And for our 11th and 12th grade students, we want to provide them with internships, whether it's a paid internship or those hours go towards their community service. We want to make sure that we're giving back to the community, not only for the homeowners, but also their children as well. That brings me to our support. Now, we have what we call our Clean City, Green City. So twice per year, we want to provide, with no charge, cleaning services from our contractor, Taylor and Gabriel, to pretty much come to all government facilities, clean the front end dumpsters, clean the toters, also to firehouses, police stations, and to the schools. And then we also want to be able to provide that same service for the residents that are seniors, that may be disabled, and to our veterans. So that pretty much twice per year they get their container cleaned, no charge for those residents. And that brings us to our questions. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to Mr. Good's going to close out. Then we have questions.
So, in closing, not in closing, but we'll be ready for questions after this. Because I've done it from all aspects of around a truck doing the collections, our heart is into it, our team is into it. We all act as one. When we go out there, we actually do it together. We're going to continue to do it together. I'm very proud to be standing here. I'm very proud to be selected. I like the scoring that was presented. But I'm really very proud of what I'm able to do after 30 years of business to bring others on, to get them an opportunity. And not only, saying, hey, there's some work to do, but I'm there for them to say, look, when you be successful, I can show you more successful ways for we can keep teaching others and keep growing as people and humans. And then we all, happen to be minorities, and we want to just keep this minority strength strong. But the trash business is who we are, and we do it good. No point intended to the name, but we do it good.
Very good. Do we have any questions from the board in regards to this item?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. If you win the bid, I don't see this in the transition plan, or maybe I missed it, and maybe you just said it. If you win the bid, would you guarantee to hire the 11 Riviera Beach residents that are now employed by Waste Management?
Absolutely. In the trash business, it's been known when you take over a service like this, and the men and women that work for the current company, they like what you call, they like their routes.
Yeah.
Because they are used to it. They know the residents, they know that the commercial buildings, and absolutely, that's have been the success of our growth. We have had a track record of at least 75% of transition from the men and women from current routes over to us. One of the reasons is because we are in the top 2 pays of waste collections. I focus on making sure I pay very well, we give great benefits to let you know that you can support your family and have good equipment, and you be a person by name, not a number.
Thank you. And in terms of the evaluation gave you credit for environmentally friendly vehicles, and I saw that you were considering using diesel. Since you haven't purchased the vehicles yet, would you consider using compressed gas or something that's a little bit more environmentally friendly than diesel?
Well, I know we went the avenue of looking at electric vehicles for our service route trucks. We really focus on that, and we are looking at, as they keep trying to get it right for electric vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know they made, I drive an electric car. I didn't know they made electric trash vehicles.
Yeah, well, yes, they started, New York City bought a few. They're very pricey right now. They're around $800,000, but until they make economical operation sense. Yes, we're looking at the electric vehicle for the service trucks, the smaller units.
Great.
And we're looking at, we always will entertain the CNG sites. We have invested right off Old Dixie from the Riviera line, less than a quarter of a mile. We have 2 acres of land that has been undeveloped. In 3 months, we start building our state-of-the-art facility. If you get a job and live in Riviera Beach, you can walk to work, not just ride a bicycle. You can walk to work, and you spend more time basically back at home, and you can go get the truck, do the route, park the truck, and you're right back at home, because our main location, over 2 acres, is up to 60 truck spots, 3-bay garage, a lot of office space, and a training center that we're investing to. And we actually bought the spot, not leasing it.
Last question. I'm starting a commercial driver's license program for residents of Riviera Beach in the very near future. Would you be willing to help participate in that?
Absolutely. That was one of our things we're working on doing too. Because we have the room, the space, the equipment, and we'll talk to our insurance company to work on doing that.
Okay, great. I think that's it for me. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really impressed by your backstory. I appreciate it.
Very good. Mr. McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Good, there was previously in the Deputy City Manager's presentation, she mentioned, I believe, 4,000 calls and 1,000 emails that could be done by a complete contract, I believe it is. Are you currently operating a call center
Yes, I am.
in the city of Riviera Beach?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Right in BBT's building on the second floor.
Okay, and I guess with this capacity, is this what you guys suggested? Because I didn't see this on the slide. Where did those numbers come from?
Well, we did a survey of, we did a survey of the transition plan and to get an idea of how long it would take to get individuals over from the current increment to the new increment, all the outreach programs and stuff like that. So this is a approximate number that we thought would be comfortable in the event we do get awarded based upon the survey that we did.
Okay, all right, and again, you said you are doing this currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Kind of going back to the employees, maintaining the employees that we currently have, would they be falling in line with your insurance and benefits as well?
Yes, you know, and what we currently do, we would treat this like what we call in our business an acquisition or a merger. And what we'd do, we vet the years they probably work for the current company, and we would put them in place with them years of service. So say if they're already working for the current company for 10 years, we will put them in our 10-year spot in that benefit. They won't just start new. You see what I'm saying? Because we'll look at it as a merger acquisition to make them feel like they got in place at a seniority spot, not just starting from the bottom.
Okay. And then also, with the staffing, do you all work with temporary agencies to staff your two-persons route?
No, we you can speak on that.
We currently hire through just word of mouth, people walking in, and Indeed.
Okay, so they would be permanent employees with you. You won't be doing temporary?
Yes, they will be permanent employees with us.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions for this outfit? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Good, thank you first and foremost for, number one, your interest in the city, providing a presentation to us that we could actually take a look, and that is something that's suitable for our residents, price-wise, new service, new trucks. That's something that we're excited about. A few quick questions. Total number of employees that you would need to run the routes here in the city?
From what, now that's, thanks for asking that, because I left that out. We saw what the residential current house count and what the residential is, and what we are doing too on the residential, Wednesday and Saturday routes are almost comparable with the Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday. We're going to do a shift from the Wednesday, Saturdays more to the Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday. Why? I think majority of people work Monday to Friday, right? Majority of the kids go school Monday to Friday. At least you can have your neighborhood back on the weekends where you don't have to worry about the garbage can out front or the trash truck coming up and down the street. So what we do a shift of the routes. We add more trucks for Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Fridays, and we give more time to maintenance, training, and our employees to have a little freedom versus working 6 days a week. And that's one part we do on that. Now this because we don't have the commercial route, I had to back the numbers out from the current hauler to come with a guess. I had to ride and count the buildings. I think it's about 39 high-rise buildings on Singer Island that I sat there and count every last one from the top of the roof just to try to get an idea. I went to industrial parks, tried to count dumpsters, and I saw the trucks. I wrote truck numbers down and I count the trucks. So what we are guessing about a good 30 to 40, if you know what I'm saying, until I get the commercial route locked down, then I know exactly what we have.
Okay, so 30 to 40, and I know you can't give us a guarantee on how many local participation that you can hire for staffing wise, because of course you have to find qualified drivers, you have to do your outreach, you have to host your job fairs. But what we're looking for is to really employ our city, to bring in individuals from the community to actually run these routes. And being that you'd be coming from an outside location to coming into the city, if you can make sure that's a priority if you're selected for this bid tonight.
Well, one of the selling points is if we go to a street and say, hey, guess what? Our facility is less than 3 minutes away. Come on down and see it, check us out. You know what I'm saying? Come on down and hear what we have to offer for our wages and benefits and what we do as a company. We are a celebration company. You know, we do everything from sporting events, tickets, to the employees, cookouts, family times. If somebody have a baby, if somebody buying a house, we always gifting, So we have so much in the pipeline that we've been doing for 30 years. I mean, it's just from the heart, to be honest with you. And it comes from the heart, of course, the profits that you can give, from the heart. But we are so happy that we already had the 2 acres of land before. I bought the 2 acres of land over 2 years ago. So I got that way before the contract even was on the street. So we would be the closest operation company to any other trash company, and there's only one other bidder right now. We definitely would be the closer to them, where you can get to work and get back home.
One of the things with the young men and women in our community right now, and you stating that you started on the back of a truck at the age of 13, that's something that I foresee these kids. The fact that you're hiring 30 to 40 individuals to run this facility and actually seeing that they can actually have opportunities, that is a priority for us. Local minority participation is something that's vital for us here. Next question is the call center. You mentioned that you'd be bringing in a call center from 8:30 to 9:30. What exactly will we be doing in the call center? How long will the call center be operating? What's this transitional plan look like? And is this going to operate for the entire life of the contract, or is this just transitioning into bringing a new company if we choose you as an RFP?
5 minutes.
Sure, thank you.
Very good. All right, very good.
The call center is operating during that time. We chose those times so individuals can call us either before they go to work or after they go to work or through their lunch break. So those are the times why we chose that time. The transition plan currently, the numbers that are there is what we think will happen during the transition period. Then once the transition period comes through and we have all our systems in process, we believe that a number may go down on the calls because individuals understand the process, they understand how to do their searches, the serial number, they understand how they do their tracking. So those are the numbers that we're thinking in the transition plan would be during that period, transition period. And then after that, the numbers can go either up or down.
Okay, so how long would you be keeping this center open for? What time frame are we looking like for operation? Because transition is, 6 months, I believe? So then,
anywhere from up to about 120 days, 90 days, it can be happening. And with good service, everything will go away. I do want to add this. We are currently always looking for some type of app, everybody bases social media, something that can talk that type of way if you have an issue with your service. But our goal is having route monitors that actually comb the streets. When the truck's gone home or before the truck say the route completed, and we use two-way radios like the CB walkie-talkie, you have to say route completed. That means that route monitor goes through and combed them 15 to 20 streets that route had to make sure everything was done well. So with that in place, the call center will, the hours will be going to the basic type of hours.
okay, and I just want to leave some time for my colleagues in case they have any other questions. But the last thing is the new trucks with the placards on them. The placards, you said, can state whatever we want in reference to promoting and promotion of the city. Is this something that would change on a basis, or is this something that we agree upon as a community? Is it a digital? Like, what is it? Give us an idea of what that looks like. So if we wanted to promote.
Good question. It's the city choice. We'll give you the size of the signs you can get from a print shop. The city makes the choice what they want to put on, how many times they want to change it. And that's the only cost to the city is actually printing it what you want. We will pick them up, take the old one out, and put the new ones in.
So anytime we wanted to update those placards, it'd be able to be changed. So
If you
as a
feel like you want to do it in 72 hours or 24, we will make the change.
Understood. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Good.
Thank you, go ahead.
I just had a question along with that. So the advertisements is what the city want to advertise, not community people asking for advertisement?
It's strictly the city choice only.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this presentation? Thank you so much for your time and for your presentation, sir.
Thank you from my team. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call in the next presentation? Ms. McBride?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, when will this vote be taken? At our next meeting, or are we going to have a special meeting to deliberate this, or?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
It is contemplated that you would make a decision this evening, and then staff would begin the negotiation with whomever the #1 ranked firm is by the board. And just for clarification, the board did put a motion and second the motion to approve the resolution. And so what staff is respectfully requesting is that the board withdraw the motion, because what we're going to bring you back is a resolution with the contract for the board to execute. Tonight, you would conceivably look to rank who the #1 ranked firm is, and then enter into contracts, or authorize the city manager to enter into contract negotiations with the city attorney present for the provision of solid waste services for the city of Riviera Beach.
Okay.
Very good. You can proceed with your presentation.
Way down here for the mic.
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Pro Tem.
I just wanted to make it clear to you that there's 30 minutes that each presentation is given, and that includes the responses and the questions for the presentation. So we can get started with that clock, Walter. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Pro Tem, members of the council. I'm Ellen Smith, Public Sector Manager for Waste Management, Inc. of Florida. We are pleased to be here tonight to show you that waste management proposal is the best value for your city. With our, that's me. With our most experienced team and subcontractors, the highest level of service with more trucks, realistic routing models, and an in-house call center, the best commitment to SMWB and local goals, risk-free service. Day one, we're ready with a no risky transition. We're the industry leader in safety, and we're the industry leader in technology. That's about a roadmap of our presentation, and we respectfully request that that the City Council direct staff to enter negotiations with Waste Management for our final and best offer. Under the category of experience, let me introduce you to Waste Management. Nationally, we have 25 million residential customers, 3 million commercial customers. We are the nation's largest hauler and the nation's largest recycler. In Florida, we have 150 municipal contracts, 5,000 employees, and that's a footprint of our assets. That's our asset map for the state of Florida. Waste Management of Palm Beach has 150 collection routes, 250 employees, and we serve 19 local governments in Palm Beach County and the Solid Waste Authority. From our Palm Beach headquarters, we conduct over 2.5 million service touches to your curbside residents every year. This is a big job, and we do it the right way. Here are your operations team leaders. Behind me, our strength is in our employees. Behind me is our route manager, Janelle Cole. And Janelle, I must say, was out on leave for a little bit, so we imported from Ohio a seasoned 25-year veteran, Patrick Fian, who's here, and you may know Cleveland Walker, who's a Riviera Beach resident for many years. And Janelle Cole is also from Riviera Beach. These are our industrial athletes. And the sample of our drivers, pictured here, shows that we have 152 years of experience among our drivers. The average tenure is 15 years. And this is the 8th deadliest job in America, according to Forbes magazine. They really are industrial athletes. Waste management seeks to minimize contract labor, giving employees the best benefits in the industry, including free college tuition to our employees and their families. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for your service. Please meet our subcontractors. Please meet your subcontractors, and I ask that they stand. This is our SMWBE team and our local team. The members of our SMWBE team include Mack & Sons, Sylvester McKinnon, who will do vegetation grinding for us. Mack, I know you're here. There you are. Mack has been in the industry longer than almost anybody, and he will do vegetation grinding for us. Next is Marius Boyd, who will do fuel provision under this contract. Marius is the MWBE supplier for Palmtran locally. Shelby Lowe is with us as our community outreach coordinator. Truck Masters is not able to be here. Risk and resource management, we have Miss Annette Gray, who's going to do mentorships and scholarships under our proposal. Sheehan's Towing, not able to be here. CBA Graphics, not able to be here, but they will do our printing of collateral material. Auto Extras does our truck wraps. And EJ Rodriguez will handle our vegetation collection by grapple truck and our bulk collection. EJ is here, and I'm grateful for your help. Your rules require that our SMWB partners are to be duly certified by a state or local agency, specifically in the function that we're asking them to do. And all of our subcontractors are certified specifically in the function that we've asked them to do and are all SMWBEs. This little quote on the bottom, that you have to be certified, is a big deal for this RFP response. Thank you, gentlemen. Our local partners are Mack & Sons, Sylvester McKinnon again, Nextran, which will do vehicle parts, Delta Riviera, a subsidiary of Waste Management that's physically located in Riviera Beach, will do our commercial recycling. So we really do have a presence here. And also GT Supplies will do container repair. I'm going to stop on GT Supplies for a minute to tell you a success story about our small business partners. GT Supplies used to be GT Hauling, our vegetation grapple company. They were so good, we bought them. And that's a very good day for a small business. They were doing such a good job. The next slide highlights experience of our subcontractors, specifically with vegetation grappling. Jet Waste is our vegetation and bulky waste contractor for 17 cities in Palm Beach County and the Solid Waste Authority. The company has 2 dedicated drivers, 1 route manager, 1 supervisor in Riviera Beach, and the owners collectively have 66 years of experience. In contrast, the GCI proposal will rely on Taylor & Gamble, but they have no vegetation experience, collection experience. They have no roll-off provision experience. There's no mention of trucks, personnel, training, nor equipment. And there's no track record for this company, so they're probably not even bondable for this work. So we ask, what's the safety net for the city when the city is impacted by a company on day one that's never done the work? Taylor & Gamble's experience is 0, and this seems to be a recipe for failure. Our partner in mentorship, Annette Gray, who's here, always says, never put your subs in a position to fail. Put them in a position to outperform expectations. Give them the infrastructure to succeed. That's what we've done with our subcontractors. The GCI proposal, again, is a recipe for failure. Another criteria in your consideration is the vision and values. I'm not sure what you've heard from another company, but our vision and values align with the city. Goals 1 and 2 were to be specifically considered in this RFP. Goals 1 is to achieve a prosperous and resilient economy, sustainable economy. Our CNG fuel trucks, clean fuel trucks, promises a more sustainable tomorrow and is our gift to future generations. Your goal number 2 is to create aesthetic improvements with a focus on most vulnerable communities. Our clean dumpster overage projects that you adopted last year is paying for city cleanups in the most vulnerable areas. So we hit the nail on the head with our visions and goals that are similar. And in the green box is something very important. Both nationally and locally, we are serious about our commitment to affirmative procurement initiatives, and at the national level, we have committed to increase our spend by 10% every year with our diverse suppliers through 2038. An important part of our approach is safety. How we lead the nation in all safety metrics. And we're going to show you a video of how we start our day every day. Walter Stevens, if you're ready for us, hit play. Thank you.
We make a lot of commitment in life, and commitment is, we say promise, we say a lot of good words, what commitment is, and this is why we're committed to safety. Safety is intended to bring us back home. And think about, if you don't go home today, you, how many lives that would be affected if you don't make it back to your door today? We're committed to safety. It's not because Waste Management give you a rule, say, you go out there and do this. You're committed to safety. It's not because somebody gonna follow your truck. When we go out, guys, think about the decision we can make, how it can affect other people's lives. You're committed to safety because you want to go back home to your family. Somebody loves you, and you love a lot of people. This is why you're committed to safety.
Thank you for letting us share that. Continuing with this presentation is Mr. Fred Harmon, our Senior District Manager for Palm Beach, and I'll visit with you again in a moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Madam Chair, members of council, I'd like to first say thank you for the opportunity tonight to share the highlights of our organization. I'm excited to continue our partnership as we continue to grow as the industry leader and the industry expert. As you have seen and will continue to view, the two proposals before you tonight simply are not equal. Let's first take a glance at equipment for curbside collection. Waste Management currently and commits to schedule either 9 or 10 environmentally friendly vehicles on a daily basis. Our trucks are fueled by compressed natural gas. In the recent past, we've invested $10 million in infrastructure to bring to our customers zero-emission vehicles that, when they're on the streets, have a considerably more quiet, more comfortable feel for our residents as we go by. GCI, on the other hand, has committed 7 vehicles for the same service. Now, that's quite a sizable deficit from what we have now. After review, it's apparent that the difference exists in the clamshell vehicles, which are used for bulk and vegetation collection. GCI committed only 1 asset in their RFP to the 4 or 5 that we use on a daily basis. We reevaluated our assumptions. We scratched our head. But facts don't lie. These trucks are capable of picking up approximately 3.8 tons per load. Collection with 1 vehicle, it's not possible with modern equipment. We fully understand they have a plan to pick up nearly half of the residents with rear load vehicles that will allow them to pick up some of the bulk. However, if they have a magical truck that we can get our hands on, we'd love to, but I don't think it exists. In a few minutes, we'll investigate how they may have come up with this model. GCI is offering less service than we're currently delivering. If these services were equal, pricing would be substantially higher, and we have these calculations at your request. As your current and future partner, we simply deliver the best collection services. Highlighting our approach and methodology, you can see many differentiators. When asked to solve typical problems with collection service, we have expanded into multi-card options as well as an elective Sunday service offering to aid some of the issues that our multi-family customers are experiencing in their current agreement. While we've added these enhanced offerings, we'd all agree there's no transition required. We did the service today, and we'll continue to deliver it in the future. What value is that to the city of Riviera Beach? Earlier, Ellen highlighted our coworkers. We have a few of the fine folks with us tonight, and many of them wanted to come, but we all knew that this would be a late evening, and it was best for them to spend time with their families and to get a good night's rest to deliver service tomorrow. On the topic of safety, we clearly have the best trained individuals in the industry. We're committed to safely training our new coworkers so that safety isn't a commitment to them, it's a core value. Commitments are compromised, commitments change. Core values are in our core, they're in our DNA. As our coworkers begin with waste management, they begin on a comprehensive training journey. We have a state-of-the-art training center in Fort Myers, Florida, where we have hands-on stations, driving simulators, and classroom stations. More recently, we added a CDL training school. As the dynamics of our labor force changes, we know that we need to find folks early on in their careers, help them get their CDL, help pay for that, and bring them on board. Shortly, we'll demonstrate our state-of-the-art technology. We don't stop with over-the-counter programs like Third Eye or trucks databases. They're good programs. They are. But as the industry leader, we've developed our own software that enables GPS and video capture, as well as enhanced logistics that's second to none in the industry. Before we take a glance at the technology enhancements, let's revisit this real-life problem for curbside collection. As your current partner, we know Riviera Beach. We know the collection points. If you take a look at the model up here, and these are direct from the RFP responses, GCI plans approximately 30,000 collection points in a week. As I mentioned earlier, we did the service today, we're doing it this week. There's actually 38,000 collection points in a week, and that would compensate for the lack of equipment. The only plausible option to overcome this would be an increased rate to compensate for their lack of research, and I don't think anybody wants that unexpected rate in the final stages of negotiation. So we're the experts. We know what it takes to serve Riviera Beach. Walter, if you could help me play that video. This will play in the background. I mentioned earlier that we differentiate ourselves from the rest of the industry in many ways, and technology is another one of our areas. What you're watching here is the plan versus actual tool that allows our managers to see the same GPS technology that the other competitors could see. However, in comparison to Third Eye, we give true trails of our routes. We can do an overlay of the actual route on a planned route so that we can monitor real-time our route progress. We've used Third Eye in the past, we have it. You can't do that with Third Eye. Furthermore, we can log service events on the map, and the technology is fed from one of these onboard computer devices. Each of our trucks and our drivers are equipped with a Samsung Galaxy tablet. This doesn't just deliver the customer data to our drivers, it serves other purposes like time clocks, safety logging. It's their cell phone for the day. Smart truck cameras are installed in all of our commercial front-load vehicles, and they monitor our commercial customers for compliance and overages and composition. Monitoring overflowing containers is an added benefit for Riviera Beach currently through our CLEAN program. They do run on Third Eye technology. Third Eye supplies us with the hardware. However, it stops there, and we harvest the data and utilize it in what we call our service visualization tool. Now, I would tell you, not all over-the-counter technology is inferior. This device I have right here is a DriveCam event recorder. This monitors 180 degrees within the cab of our vehicle in a full 180-degree view looking forward. When it's triggered by either hard braking, a collision, or fast cornering, the video is captured, and we employ a company called Lytx to review those. Those videos are reviewed, and if there's coaching opportunities, we bring them back to our drivers and work with them. More recently, this particular device was just installed in our trucks. It's been enhanced with AI technology so that it searches for items like lane departure, like many of our vehicles we have. It searches for following distance. It searches for distractions like a driver using a cell phone, and it gives them self-coaching right there in the vehicle. The OBU makes us smarter. The DriveCam makes us significantly safer. Madam Chair, members of council, neighbors in the community, we appreciate this opportunity, and Ellen's going to talk a little bit further about the differentiators.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. That means that 150 tons of garbage will be left on the streets under the GCI proposal as proposed. Whose garbage will that be? Our proposal fits the city of Riviera Beach. We have the correct number of trucks. We have the correct assets. But I'm going to talk about something a little happier, and that is our community outreach. First, I'm going to enter into the record a letter from Cheney Brothers, the city's largest employers, asking you to continue our service and sharing concerns about switching providers. That letter is sent to Mr. Evans earlier today. But on our community of outreach, we are very proud of our community outreach. And this is a comparison slide of what we'll do. And the GCI proposal is very proud of their 5% small business discount. We already offer that. We offer a small business generator price. So what is new to our historic commitment to your community is a mentorship program, as you see, hopefully conducted at your new library, and scholarships for Riviera Beach public school residents on a sustainability topic. We have demonstrated in the past a reliable commitment to the community time and time again. We go beyond the requirements of the RFP as an incomparable community partner. These are some of the organizations we've assisted outside of the requirements of our contract. The next slide is most important. It's the evaluation criteria, and we are scratching our heads about 3 rankings, frankly. One is approach, one is equipment, and one is the SMWBE points. We've already shown you that we have more trucks and we have environmentally friendly equipment. We have the best equipment, but we got fewer points in trucks. And we are the only provider that has environmentally friendly trucks. Our point should be 10, their point should be 0. On approach, with better technology, local knowledge, no transition. We got dinged because of points because we didn't have a transition plan. We are the incumbent. The waste management approach is the best to serve the residents of the city of Riviera Beach. The evidence is required to certify and take points to be an MWBE or an SBE. The good company did not submit evidence. We mentioned earlier that you have to be certified from state or local certifying agency. No evidence was provided. Based on the RFP response, the EBO requirements, the RFP and the purchasing code, good company itself is not entitled to maximum points, if any points at all. And under this lens, Waste Management's participation is higher than GCI's. Our participation is 9.33% and theirs is less than 1%. And that may be hard to think about, but you must have evidence, and that is the rule. And we have more commitment abjectly on its face to our community partners. Our spend is $978,000 with 11 certified partners. The GCI spend on paper is $645,000 with 2. Not only is Waste Management spending more with more certified contractors, we do business with your community. We do $1.3 million worth of business with other Riviera Beach vendors. GCI cannot take points for the $650,000 spend that they are taking for Taylor & Gamble as a vegetation collector and a roll-off provider. And I'll show you why in a minute. They cannot take credit for the $30,000 for complete contract consultants as a call center. And I'll show you why in a minute. And GCI itself, as I said, supplied no evidence that they're a minority-owned company. In fact, our research shows that a guy named Dale Lipscomb owns the company. If you look on the small business SBA registry right now, that's what you'll find. So that's why evidence is important, so you don't game the system. And I must say, there's one other item that's very important. And their track record, the GCI track record, is certainly nothing to be proud of. GCI got 50 more points than Waste Management in the MWBE criteria. We're showing that we are a better employer and have more commitment, and that GCI cannot take points for themselves. They should get 5 points. And I want to talk about their track record. Their track record shows no payment to any local or small minority business from the contract they got in 2019 with the Solid Waste Authority. And stemming from that 2019 Solid Waste Authority bid, there's an active lawsuit against the good company for not complying with what they promised. And that's another point of deviation. On page 39 of their response, page 86 in your packet, shows an affidavit of disclosure And the good company is checked. There are no lawsuits against our company. Here is the lawsuit filed in the 15th Judicial Circuit Court of Palm Beach County with A&A Staffing against the good company. It has proceeded past the motion for summary judgment. It is headed for trial. In addition, we found 7 other lawsuits in the state of Maryland. And just on this alone, Madam Chair, the fact that this is abjectly untrue, the GCI response should be disqualified based on an important omission of fact. They have a sworn affidavit that I have a sworn certification that their affidavit was accurate. The next slide shows why GCA partners cannot be counted, and I'm going to go really quickly here. It's a certification from the Palm Beach County Office of Equal Business Opportunity. Everybody's certification shows the commercially useful functions you get to do under your certification. Note on Complete Contract Consulting, call center's not on there. Note also on Taylor & Gamble. They're certified only for bin cleaning. And the arrow on the bottom says specifically on the document that was provided to your evaluation committee, you can't take SBE points for anything you're not certified for specifically on that list. And a call center is not included in administrative functions. We have addressed many of the items noted in your agenda regarding how the proposals vary, but I have to note a couple others because it's hot off the press and this was prepared prior. From your agenda packet, it seems GCI was awarded more points because of a satellite office. We're the only respondent that has a satellite office in Riviera Beach. It's on Barbara Road and it's located within your city limits. We provided the business tax receipt as evidence. GCI's satellite office is Mangoni Park. They can't take points, but they got more points. Your agenda item also mentioned GCI received consideration for 10,000 new carts at the start of the contract. That sure sounds appealing, but it's very impractical. You will be throwing away in the landfill so many new carts. We deliver about 40 new carts every week. And our proposal actually provides more carts. We pledged 2,000 a year over a 7-year contract. That's 14,000 carts. They have pledged 10,000. Also, our proposal is a better plan. It's a flow of carts into your community as the need arises. You also were concerned, there was a comment about the age of fleet. We did take exception to the age of fleet because our trucks are relatively young in your city and we wouldn't want to get rid of them. So we've asked for an average age of 5 years for the age of fleet. It's a small change. Most trucks last 13 years. And we also have said that we did not provide a transition plan because we don't need one. And we apparently lost points for not having transition plans. We are your provider. And our RFP response says that. There is no risky transition. Waste Management offers a higher level of service. The other proposal does not meet reliability standards and fails to meet the required evidence. Our price is competitive to other local and recent solicitations, and we continue to be your best value. You'll never have to pay for city cleanups again, and a big difference is in communication. The GCI plan provides CCC, a third-party contractor, to do the call center. Please meet the 3 ladies that are the heart of our organization as the call center.
Sorry, I need to warn you that there's 5 minutes left, and there may be some questions, and I have to give you the same exact time.
Thank you. On behalf of Waste Management, on behalf of Waste Management, we ask that you direct staff to negotiate a contract, and I'm available to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Your fees used to be, or currently are $11.92, and now you're asking for $17.32. What's the justification for that increase, and why can't you just do it for the same price?
Our costs have outpaced, the costs of collecting have outpaced the pricing, and the price that we're offering is very competitive with all other local solicitations. The price of garbage collection has gone up. Steel, for example, in the past 20 months, since January 2020, has gone up 149%. That's what our trucks are made of. Our carts costs increased 28%. Our labor costs have gone through the roof, especially after the pandemic when we had to provide top dollar incentives to keep the guys on the job.
I'm sorry, Madam
And
Chair.
the CNG costs as well. Our fuel prices have gone up.
Okay. Is that dollar figure negotiable?
We would love to visit with the staff. We have incentives that we believe that would be attractive to the city. We're not in a position to discuss price now, but it's a package that we believe will provide the city with the confidence of the reliable service at a great value from Waste Management.
I have a question about the percentage of drivers. I noted in the documentation that it looks like you have 10 drivers and a supervisor. What's the percentage of drivers that are Riviera Beach residents?
That's a good question. That picture is not all our drivers, by the way, that serve Riviera Beach. That's a sample. We have about 30 employees that live in Riviera Beach that serve waste management in various capacity, from drivers to route managers. Some of our Hope Sound workers, we have an office in Hope Sound, live in Riviera Beach, about 30.
Okay.
And they have seniority.
The thing that I like about your response is that I see that there's no community benefits. We don't like we'd like to eliminate those, so that made me happy. The last question from me, will you support establishing a CDL program in Riviera Beach?
We have a driver training program in Fort Myers.
That's Fort Myers.
Yes, and we transport people there, and we would transport people to our driver training session. It has all the technology there.
But if we established a CDL program here in Riviera Beach, would you support it?
Absolutely.
That's all I have.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
For the subcontractors that you listed, are they currently working with you all, or are some of them going to be coming on if you continue?
Some of them are currently working for us. Marius Boyd is new to our team. We've tried to get him on our team before, but finally we did it. So some of them are currently working for EJ, definitely, Shelby Lowe. We've been trying to get an arrangement with Mac and Sons for years, and we're pleased that we can do it now. And so many of our subcontractors. We have 30 minority participants in our Solid Waste Authority contract.
Okay.
That are not here.
Then the other question.
Okay, go ahead.
The other question is, as far as the software, the IT, the camera system, is there any way for the city to have access to it similar to the Third Eye, or is that not an option?
We have questions about why anybody would want to look at it, and we also have concerns about the privacy of our drivers, frankly. We look at it. We have other cities where they want to look at it. We've found no benefit from that. If the city wants to take a look at it, we can certainly make that available, but I can tell you it's a full-time job to look at the Third Eye response to the city. Right now, we have the quality assurance officer as part of our proposal. We're continuing that in this proposal as a good bridge for communication.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Mr. McCoy.
Can you explain what fuel provisioning is? I didn't understand what that is.
Certainly. Mr. Boyd will provide both diesel fuel
Just very briefly.
Diesel fuel and compressed natural gas fuel.
Okay, he's the supplier.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, as well.
This is our last question. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I had a few questions, but I'll just limit it to.
I'm sorry, but we have to give the same amount of time to each candidate.
Thank you, Ms. Ellen, for the time that you took to present to us and for working with our city for these number of years. If we do select you for this RFP and decide to have contract negotiations, my colleague requested that the price be negotiable. I see that the prices have gone up, but you stated that the cost, that fuel, or I'm sorry, steel has gone up. Are we getting new trucks for the city, or is this going to be something that we're not receiving?
You'll definitely get new trucks in the city as our trucks age.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
As the trucks age, we're asking for an average age for a fleet of 5 years, and not just a matter-of-fact flat 5 years. It's a subtle difference. But in looking at our vehicles and tuning our price, yes, that's what we offer.
So can you give us an idea of how many vehicles we would be receiving, new vehicles we'd be receiving, if we went forward with this contract?
You would receive probably all new vehicles in the course of the contract. You definitely receive all new vehicles
Over the course of the contract,
That's correct.
within the first year at least.
In the first year, probably 3 or 4, as I'm familiar with the age of the fleet. Is that correct? 3 will age out of that average 5 years.
Okay, and Madam Chair, do we have time for one more question, or do you want to?
No, sir. We have to give the same amount of time to each of the candidates.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, again, as previously stated, staff is requesting direction from the board as to how to proceed. As a procedural matter, we need the board to withdraw its motion to approve the resolution and enter a motion to direct the city attorney and city manager to negotiate the terms and conditions of a solid waste contract with whomever the board determines is the number one ranked firm. So however the board wants to handle that, staff can facilitate it accordingly, and you all can make that decision, or we can even do a situation where you can write 1 or 2 down. And similar how we did for the CRA attorney, you can then provide who your number one ranked firm is and state that for the record, and then the clerk will confirm that as well. So whichever the pleasure of the board is.
All right, first, wait a minute, point of order, we need to get this business straight first. Who made, Madam Clerk, who made the motion in the second for this so that it can be withdrawn?
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
Briefly, the other group is coming in, so if there is follow-up questions that the board has, you can ask additional follow-up questions, but we would ask that you provide the same questioning for both
Both
the
parties,
entities.
yes. Very good. Madam Clerk?
I have indicated, motion was made by Councilperson Botel.
And I can amend them.
And the second?
And the second, I didn't catch who made that. I didn't hear the second. Who made the second?
I think that was, what was that, you, Krishan? Yeah, she was, go ahead.
Withdraw?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, very good. So that motion is off the table.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, we do still have public comment.
Very
We have like
good.
an hour worth of
And we can
public
start with those right now.
Okay. And Madam Chair, members of the board, please be mindful, we have about an hour worth of public comments, and it's 9:35.
A motion to extend the meeting
To complete the agenda?
to complete the agenda.
Did you make the motion?
Can I get a motion?
I move that we
Madam
extend.
Chair, question before you put a motion. So we still do have the other item, and I just want to make sure no one's waiting for the.
Well, we have to go in the order of business, and we are at this item
Can I
at this
finish my
time.
question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess if, and I asked this question of the manager, so if we are, which I don't have a problem with extending, but let's just be clear, are we gonna really try to take the last item afterwards, or is that something that we just need to, already go ahead and postpone it right now, so that we don't even have the individuals waiting?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Members of the board, if I can confer with Deputy Manager McBride, she's been in communications with the person to see if that's something we can possibly do to postpone.
So we're still going to go ahead and...
Hear public comment. Well, actually, we need to get a motion to extend the meeting because if we have an hour with the public comment, then we definitely may have questions after that. So we need to extend the meeting until the end of the
Yeah.
agenda.
Mr. Evans needs to.
But this is the thing, we can go ahead and extend it, complete the agenda, and if we get later on where they're not going to stay on, then we can just hold that off.
Exactly.
Make a motion to postpone if that's...
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may, the speaker said they have no problem with the item being continued to your next meeting, so we can move that last item and you can deal with this particular item exclusively.
Can you clarify which item are we talking about?
It
Because
would
there's-
be the item associated with the disparity study update.
Okay, as well as the conversation on the MOU.
That can stay on, that could...
We have, if anyone wants to,
I made a motion
okay.
to extend the meeting to finish the agenda.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Any comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Very good. Let us move on. Public comment, please.
Stephen Cornett, Jeannie Miranda, Bonnie Larson.
You can't.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't give.
Well, we don't give away time, so either you talk and she gets her 3 minutes, and you talk and you get 3 minutes. That's how it goes.
Madam Chair, before she gets started, it's my understanding that the public, acceptance of public comment cards was not closed out.
Yes.
The acceptance of public comment cards for this item is now closed.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Jeannie Miranda, and I'm President and CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Palm Beach County. I'm very delighted to be here tonight, and great presentations by both groups. I'm not sure how much you know about the Boys and Girls Club history. I know that we presented.
Are we talking about the item that's on the floor here? There's an
Yes.
item about
Yes.
the,
Yes.
okay, very good.
Yeah, so since 1991, thanks to then Mayor Claire Williams, we opened up our clubs here in Palm Beach County and Riviera Beach. In 2010, we built a beautiful new building, and so for the last 30 years, we've here in Riviera Beach, we've been providing mentoring support.
Ma'am, you're going to have to get to your issue in regards to this item that's on the floor.
I know.
Go ahead.
I'm getting there. Mentoring support, academic support, STEM, career, college readiness, and sports and fitness, and many other activities. Today, our budget here in Riviera Beach stands at $1.4 million to operate our Max M. Fisher Boys and Girls Club. Needless to say, that doesn't come with a lot of support from the community. And for us, the relationship that we've been able to build with the city, thanks to our Steve Cornett and Ms. Freeman, who's our club director. Every bit helps to make sure that we can provide the services to over 600 kids that are club members at that club. Corporate partners are extremely important, and Waste Management has been with us for as long as I can remember, providing a lot of support. And they've not only, provided, cash for programmings, that we can do with the kids to support them, but they have volunteered. They've provided back to school supplies. They've even donated furniture to the club. They're a great community partner, and it takes those types of partnerships to make it all work. So I'm just here showing my support for Waste Management. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Cornett.
All right, very good, sir.
Bonnie Larson. Annette Growe. Sylvester McKinnon.
Bonnie Larson, I have a couple of questions for both groups. We've had Waste Management for a long time, and Ms. Botel, you said we'd like to do away with community benefits, and that would solve the problem I talked about earlier today. So if we're doing away with community benefits, why is Waste Management price going up? Now, they said their price was going up because of the cost of fuel, et cetera. Well, the other group has the same issue. They have the same cost. So that really wasn't a good answer, I don't think. Mr. Lawson, you asked about how many trucks we're going to get, how many new trucks. So that was a little iffy too. They said, first of all, she said there were 5 years, and then she said they last for 13 years. That's when you question further, like how many are we going to get? And she mentioned 3 or 4, like over the course, she mentioned a number over the course of the whole contract. So that really wasn't an answer either. Waste Management, for me, is fine. Their trash pickup is fine, except we have a really good guy driving. But the vegetation is terrible, terrible. 4 out of 5, they're supposed to pick up on Saturdays. 4 out of 5 times they've been missing. So my stack is still sitting there. And I call Mr. Johnson, I think he's tired of talking to me because every week I call him and say it's still sitting there. They're supposed to pick it up on Saturday. It's still there tonight. Wednesday night when I left home, there was a vegetation sitting there. The other issue I've had with Waste Management is the hours. They're not supposed to be in our city until 6 a.m. Now, sometimes we're at these meetings, not now, but we used to be at the meeting sometime till 1 o'clock in the morning. Then 5 something, here comes Waste Management. They're not supposed to be in our city. Now, I have mentioned that multiple times when Waste Management representative has been in the audience, so they've heard it. But still nothing happens. They still come early. So those are my 2 issues with them. Like I said, our trash pickup guy, he's wonderful. She mentioned Shelby Low several times. Is that our Shelby Low? Oh, it is. You're ours. You'll always be ours. Okay, the other group, is this the group from Maryland? If I could just get a nod, yes or no, is this the group from Maryland? Are they from, were they started in, they are, okay. So I read the reviews this morning. I tried to research them a little bit, and they got I gotta tell you, they had terrible reviews in Maryland. Do they service any other cities here in Riviera Beach, or are we gonna be the first if we hire them? They need to address the lawsuit that Waste Management talked about, because we didn't hear about that. So if they have a lawsuit, we need to know about it. And I think that's it for my questions. But like I said, they just don't listen when we say, not before, in our place is not the first place. You got to come from West Palm Beach or wherever, so you're not going to be at our house.
Thank you.
Before 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Annette Gray, Sylvester McKinnon, Claudia Snow.
Good evening, Commission, Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity just to give some perspective about my background. As the card indicated, my name is Annette Gray. I'm CEO of Risk and Resource Management. I'm going to take a few minutes just to give you a highlight of my background because it's germane to the comment that I'm going to make.
Okay.
I started my career in corporate America, and I spent the first 10, 15 years there as a strategist developing systems and protocols for large corporate companies. From there, I went and became an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for 25 years. That's where my passion came from with developing small businesses and capacity building. When I say I have a passion for developing small businesses and entrepreneurs, it's for the reason you do a disparity study and the reason why we've done disparity studies in Palm Beach County. Because of my background as a former CRA staff, a former commissioner of Delray Beach CRA, an entrepreneur, a female, and a Black-owned business, I get approached on a regular basis to be a part of RFP proposals. Early in my career, no one asked me if I was capable of doing the job. My CV was used, they got the RFP, and then because I was unable to perform, they then terminated my contract for cause. That then becomes my passion. I've started a nonprofit entrepreneurship institute called GBDC Entrepreneurship Institute. I currently work with the SBA as a business consultant, developing growth, access to capital, and building sustainable capacity. That is my passion. I do not work with everyone who comes to me to be part of a RFP. I vet them. If they don't believe in my way of doing business, I don't join the RFP. I mean to make an impact for minority and women-owned business, and I mean to do it before I leave this earth in Palm Beach County. When I was approached by Waste Management, the agreement was I would seek out young business owners, bring them to the table. No exceptions would be filed, and we would find people to participate. Mr. Boyd is a result of my passion on this team. Please, I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Sylvester McKinnon, Claudia Snow, Marius Boyd.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Sylvester McKinnon with Mack & Son. I'm certified in Riviera Beach, West Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County School Board, and with the Solid Waste Authority. I've been in waste approximately about 30 years, 30 hard years. And I thank God for the opportunity to be in this business. It's a very hard business, and I've went through a lot as a Black man in this business. I've been tricked, but I admire your city for what you're doing. And I give very much respect because you all are running a business and a city that you really, really deal with the people themselves, and I think that. I don't have a lot to say, but do what's best for the city. I appreciate that, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Claudius Knowles, Marius Boyd, William Wells.
Claudius Knowles.
Hold on one second. Walter, you all have the clock? I know. You're working hard back there. Good evening. Mr. Knowles, you can go ahead.
Claudius Knowles. I'm here in support of waste management. I think over the years that I've been in Riviera Beach, when they took over from the city, that they've done a great job. Minority participation's been great. Been fundamental in supporting nonprofit organizations. You call them, they listen to your complaints if you have any. The only complaint that I have is not waste management, it's that the citizens in Riviera Beach have a way of outlawing but recycle. Our communities, our nation, our cities, our communities have to stop throwing away stuff in our streams and waterways. We have to recycle. I don't see hardly anybody doing that. I know I'm changing the subject, but we need to recycle our plastic and stuff. We got to do that. I know they'll pick it up, and they gave us containers to do that. But I'm here to let you know that I do support waste management and hope that the contract will be given to them for our future cleanup of our city. Thank you.
Marius Boyd, William Wells, Sabrina Lowe.
Good evening, Council. I'm Marius Boyd, owner of MDB Services. Our firm holds various designations at the federal level, at the state level, and also at the local level. We supply those, my apologies. Our firm is certified as for the supply and delivery of various petroleum products and services throughout the county. We also provide those same services for Palm Tran Connection, in addition to Orange County Public Schools and various other state and local agencies. We are contracted as an essential minority subcontractor for multiple Palm Beach County prime vendors, with performances dating back to 2012. This opportunity was awarded to our firm due to 3 reasons: the capabilities, capacities, access to capital, and last but not least, our certifications. It's written that all certified firms maintain the accuracy and compliance reporting for active certifications. It's a process. It's not something that we just go ahead and complete, and next thing you know, there's fulfillment and there's contract opportunities. It is something that we do have to stay on top of on an annual basis. Annually, it's mandatory to maintain these local and state and national recognized certifications as required by our primes in order to fulfill underneath the contracts. As a certified business, it's beyond encouraged to perform the actual work. As a small business, it's important for us to perform the actual work. We do have the capacity and the capability to perform. So as a certified SBA 8A DB minority-owned small business, one of our purposes is to add value through providing services and or delivering products. I ask that the council strongly consider the agency responsible for certifying the capacities and the capabilities of all firms that are trying to perform work underneath the current and existing RFP. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Wells, Sabrina Lowe, Richard Coley.
Good evening, Council. My name is William Wells. I'm a small black business here in Riviera Beach. I have been in Riviera Beach for like the last 11 years. We do a small, well, it's not a small, it's a book bag drive with Waste Management. We actually started it back in 2001, and Waste Management actually helped us to be able to start passing out over 500 book bags to the actual residents of Riviera Beach. So I get to see them on both actual ends. I get to see them on that end and actually on the actually pickup end of trash services. So they have been great. I think it would be good to continue business with them in the city. It's just been great for us to actually help us expand to help more. And it's not just actually cutting hair inside of the city, which I actually grew up in. So that's just a little of my time. I want to give a little time to my actual wife, if that's.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening to the board and Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you to both companies that presented. I think that both of your proposals were awesome. I had a few questions. I don't know if the board will be asking questions of the companies. So as my husband shared, he has a business within the city of Riviera Beach, and understanding trash, just having a home and understanding how that goes, I thought that both proposals were amazing. I just want to know that the financial capabilities of both companies are in a position to be able to offer what has been promised to be able to do for the city, so that they are in a position to deliver on what they have proposed. I did hear what someone brought up about the time frame, and that's interesting. I made notes of the prices that were presented in the proposals of what is current, what is proposed by both companies, and I asked to the board of both of the companies if there were an option for negotiations, if there was a consideration for Waste Management. I'm always excited to see a minority business come forward and do well and grow, and having been a child who got to see, coming from Atlanta, moving to Florida, how joint ventures come about and how partnerships are created. If the opportunity is not given to the good company, that maybe Waste Management would even consider bringing them on as a subsidiary or a joint venture contractor to even participate with them, to make sure that they continue to grow as a company coming from out of state into state with an already established contract, already established understanding within the community. Maybe there's an opportunity there. But, I think Waste Management has done well. Like my husband said, they've been a benefit, so we encourage and support them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Sabrina Lowe declined to comment. Richard Coley, Dr. Emma Banks, Shelby Lowe of Shelby Lowe and Associates.
I'm sorry, which Shelby Lowe is this? Is this our Shelby Lowe?
Our Shelby Lowe.
Mr. Lowe.
Ooh, good afternoon, Shelby Lowe, Lake Park, 929. Yeah, I used to be your Shelby and tried to stay on, but that's another story. Waste Management, we've had a relationship for quite some time, and I've sat on that side, obviously, and been in the position that you are currently. And one thing that I admire about the company is their presence and their commitment to excellence.
Microphone.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. And their commitment to excellence. Whenever I needed anything as a member of the council or an elected official, Waste Management was present. And you can blame me for the community benefit program. Harold Butch Carter, he was here formerly. He took Ellen's place. But we saw an opportunity to aid the elected officials in dispersing money out to the community. We were dealing with shortages, and we weren't getting the funds, the individual council members that we were used to getting. So as an alternative, we said, hey, let's start giving each individual council member a pot of money so they can help the community. And I'm proud to say, in the last 10 years, we've put out at least $1 million worth of charitable effort in this community. And you just passed $3,000 worth of community benefit at this meeting. And every meeting, there's charitable organizations spending that money. And I thought that that would be a plus for an elected official to have a pool of money to say, hey, we can help you. It may not be much, but we can help you. So you can blame me for that. And if you don't want to keep it, you don't like it, if it's a problem, you know, blame me. But waste management, as far as resources and being in the community, you know, I believe in them and they believe in this community, and I support them 100%. And they believe in me, I guess. They sought my advice and my, you know, counsel in terms of being a consultant with the company, and I'm proud to be on the team. And if you have a problem, I know how to find you, and I know this community very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rashard Coley.
Very good.
Dr. Emma Banks. Bessie Brown.
Gone.
Gwan Sims.
Go ahead.
Tanya Latson. Anthony Jenkins. Capernia Boston.
Oh, Capernia.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to let you all know, first of all, board, thank you for all your wonderful help. And also, I have met the Good Company. And with another connection, the Good Company has also agreed to be a financial support to nonprofits. They're going to start out with child outreach. And I've seen the proposals. I got too much going on to get into the individualities, but I want to say that I was contacted by them, didn't know the situation, but they contacted us to support our nonprofit so that we can continue to help the residents of Riviera Beach. Amen? And their dollars, I'm going to make them holler. Come on, give me a hand clap.
All right, thank you.
J.B. Dixon. Dolores Williams. Mary Brown.
J.B. Dixon, Riviera Beach on Singer Island. I'm glad I came up here earlier with a compliment because this is not one. I was very disturbed. I was curious in the beginning because I heard Ms. McBride during her presentation use the word represents a lot. And I kept thinking, what does that mean, represents? It sounds as though they claim. And I don't know who is on the board or the commission or the committee that did the rankings of the two companies. But if what the lady from Waste Management said is true, then why are we judging people on what they represent? Didn't that group, whoever they were, check out to see whether what she said is true? Whether something is an MBE or not? Is it registered or isn't it? Do you mean they didn't do that kind of vetting? Then why would, if that's true and some of the other things are true, why would you take any of the rest of that proposal as being true? I thought they made a very good presentation. I was all in favor of them. And maybe what the lady from Waste Management says isn't true. But, you know, unless you can say tonight, yes, they did look into this. It's you're either registered or you're not. So that's like a simple thing to look at, and I would like to know who these people are who did the ranking if they did not do that kind of simple fact-checking and went ahead and did rankings without it. I would really like to know that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dolores Williams, Mary Graham.
Well, I'm here again. I enjoy solid waste treatments and service they give. It was a very, very, very good presentation. I hear all the negative things they're saying about you got all these lawsuits and everything, but everybody starts somewhere. And if you can correct that. You did a very good presentation. Solid waste did a very good
Talking to the mic,
presentation.
Ms. Williams.
So I thank him for your presentation. I know you got quite a bit of people here to witness against you for solid waste, because we are citizens for solid waste. But I'm here from a minority business, and which way they go, as a citizen, we would be pleased with your service if you continue the service. I've had some problem with solid waste. Some of them get up and say some of the things that you had problems with solid waste. So just remember, solid waste, you have had fallen some places, had some things that was not right. Right? Yes. Because here a little while back, we wasn't getting our trash till about 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the evening. And sometimes we weren't getting the trash picked up on your due date. So we don't just want to be so negative at these people because they're coming in. So it's look in the mirror and see who you see looking back at you. It's yourself. Remember, what's go up, got to come down. And time will tell on you. I'm telling you, it's coming up again. You, me, everybody. Time gonna tell on you. And what's being put in the book and being written down, can't no council, can't no judge, can't no president, can't nobody do it but God. So have a clear, good conscience. They told me one time, don't you get up with that God stuff no more. I'm going to get up with that God stuff. Because that's all we got to live by. Do the right thing for people. I want y'all to know, I'm here for the city. And I love this city. I wasn't born in here, but my mom brought me here from West Palm to right here. So whatever my hands find to do, I'm going to do it well. Sometimes people not going to like it. I had my card one time, and wouldn't take my card back. They don't like certain people get up here, but the one that praise them, you can see that, but that's all right. It's in the book, and it's being written down also. Your thoughts are far off even before they get to you. God got a record. I want to let you know. The record of me, the record of you, the record of everybody. Citizen, I might run for one of those seats up there.
Mary Graham.
That's it.
Ms. Brown.
Okay.
Mary Graham, Riviera Beach. I'm going to make some bullet points here. The presentation, we have had garbage in our city that have not been picked up in days. Ms. Bram Street with your trucks, I have complained about their trucks. We have stains in our asphalt. Number one, good company is 40% lower. Two, good score was 657 points. Waste management scored 559 points. Now you must remember now, they had a board. 4 was on the board, I think, 4 from staff here, and one from West Palm Beach, okay? 3, waste management proposal was incomplete. They did not even have a transition plan for us. Okay, now how you like that? Okay, Good did tell us 90 days. They came in and they gave us a plan. They will activate a call center in Riviera Beach. See, waste management, we can't call them. We be calling all day here to the center. They have a call station. This will relieve the burden off the city performing customer service. This is what we call customer service. We are the residents. Waste management has abused us. 1995, and here it is, 2021. How many years does that make? 26 years. You never reached out to us as residents. You gave the fundings to the council people, and they gave it to who they wanted to give it to. And nobody consulted we as residents. 6, Good is giving 5% discount for small business, and Good is giving 5% discount for commercial customers. Now, in you all's workshop, Randy went through the franchise agreements that they getting all the meat and butter on, and we are losing out. I took those notes. 7, Good is providing 4 summer jobs for high school seniors to include an opportunity for them to visit their Washington office as well as scholarships. Plus on top, they're gonna give in to our main events. They're gonna help us do marketing, something that would ease the burden off of us. A lot of people in our city do not have Channel 18 nor internet service. That truck there will serve as a marketing to inform our residents of the special events that we are having in our city. Now, the price rate, Good $13.65, waste management $17.34. That is a difference of $3.68. Round it off to the nearest dollar, you might as well say $4.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
So I have concerns about waste management as well as we other
Yes, ma'am.
residents in this city. You have not reached out to us. You have not reached out.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that it, Ms.?
That concludes public comment for this item.
All right, very good. Are there any questions from the board in regards to public comments in regards to the 2 presentations that we saw this evening?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with questions first for staff. Mr. Evans, we had discussions previously.
He went to the restroom.
All right. Mr. Sherman, if we could talk about just some of the financial impact on this then. If you can give us an idea of the total value of this contract over the 5-year with the possible 5-year renewal.
Over 5 years, probably close to $65 million.
I'm sorry, what?
$60 to $65 million.
Okay, so over a 5-year period, it's a $65 million contract.
Once you count in all the commercial accounts.
Okay. So, and then this contract also has the option of a 5-year renewal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Pimsell's not here tonight. In regards to billing, how does the billing work from the vendor currently with what they're expecting to bill our residents, and how is that going to transition with a new vendor if we went with Good Company?
Well, the city does all the billing for the residential customers. Mm-hmm. And then the city receives an invoice from Waste Management for all of those customers. So whether we collect the dollars from the customers or not, we pay Waste Management 100% for their service.
Okay. And we've received, we've been with Waste Management for about 10 years. There has been about close to $1 million, I believe Councilman Shelby Lowe mentioned $1 million in community benefits. Is that accurate that we've received over close to $1 million?
Yeah, because you get $90,000 a year. So over that period of time, 10 years, you're close to the 900,000. Now, I'm sure the way I took the comments were they're making commitments outside of the community benefits as well.
Right. So in addition to the community benefits, there's been residents that seem like they came up that they've benefited from. I heard a few of the residents speak about that. So the commitment to the community is going to be very important financially, because the benefits, while we may see differently about the community benefits and the impact, that's money that's going directly to nonprofits, whether it's been called a slush fund, it's been called whatever. But at the same time, if we can work a program when it comes to providing support financially for these nonprofits, for the businesses in our community. We had a presentation about the auxiliary groups tonight. So certain things that we need to go ahead and help fund, even if it's not going to be under the control of the council. Council is going to change every 9 years with term limits. So essentially, the community benefit needs to be beneficial to the residents, and that's something that has come out of this $120 million contract that's been a little bit beneficial. The price points, I believe that's all I had financially for you, Mr. Sherman. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Evans, we had a discussion previously about the in-house trash. Have we done an analysis or seen how feasible that would be to bring that contract in-house 5-10 years from now?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
We did have a series of community meetings and did a rough analysis that was facilitated by staff to look at the ability for the city to insource this particular option, insource this particular service. Conceivably, in the event that the city was going to move in that direction, you would have to add some type of an administrative fee that conceivably we would have to save over a period of about 5 years to be able to get back into the business. With the automated side loaders and the cost for apparatus and the workers' comp and liability, and then the facility to be able to accommodate those, it's a pretty expensive endeavor to get into. But we did calculate that in the event that we were interested in moving into that particular business arena, that with a, and I'm trying to pull it up here on my computer, with an admin fee that would be associated with the services that are provided, and we were to set that aside, we can have the revenue stream associated with the bonding that would result in us going to the market for probably, I think, roughly about $25 million to get back into the operation, and then it becomes an enterprise fund, so it functions as a business. So in the event that was something that the board wanted to explore in greater detail, we certainly would have to have a more robust discussion. And so I was able to bring up the slide here. When we looked at city-operated utility providers, we looked at, West Palm, we looked at the town of Jupiter and what their rate would be, and we anticipated the administrative fee that the city of Riviera Beach collects right now is about $1.7 million. We thought that if this was something that we wanted to get back into the business, the capital outlay would be roughly about $25 million, and we would need to generate about $2.5 million annually to cover the debt service to go out for the $21 million. If this was something that we would look to do, the rate would be anywhere between $17.95 to $21.43 for the city to be in that business. And this is at cost today. So you have to also consider, and what we did is we considered probably an escalation rate of a little over 3% that over a 5-year period. So you're looking at your rates being quite a bit more expensive. However, the turn back that you get from the operation into your general fund as utilities as well as solid waste operations are a lucrative operation. And this doesn't go into the different collection and rates related to the commercial and industrial side. So there's other revenue streams that are there associated with it. But it would be a costly proposition, and it would require some time for staff to get back into that particular business model. And the staffing model that you've heard from the consultants or from the proposers is the same model that we were looking at, roughly anywhere between 25 to 35 employees to be able to move into that space. But it is something that we did have a series of community meetings, but that was in the heart of COVID, so we really didn't get a lot of folks that participated. I think in totality we maybe had 65 to 75 people, but it was something that we did have the conversation with the community. But if that was something the board wanted to look in, it would take some time for us to spin up that operation.
Right, so looking at a $120 million contract, essentially over a 10-year period, it's just some vital information, critical information that we'd want to look at to explore possibly bringing that in-house. The reasons that I've asked tonight about the job opportunities, about the local participation, is because these dollars are going outside of the community. But if these companies are willing to hire within, are willing to employ our city staff, are willing to give those resources and give us a great rate, then it can be comparable to working with one of these two companies. And I know Waste Management is willing to negotiate. I just want to see what's their best price point that they'd be bringing to the table. Finally, there were some serious allegations that were brought to the council tonight from one organization to the next. Can you please address some of those concerns that were brought up in reference to the RFP so that we can make a critical decision tonight?
Madam Chair and members of the board, I'd have to defer to Deputy City Manager Ms. McBride. She was on the committee related to the solicitation. I can tell you that from some conversations and even some discussions with the attorney's office concerning solicitations, most of the solicitation documents, there is, you provide the references and those types of things, and they judge off the book. They go off of the best information that's provided by the companies, because if you go into subsequent background checks or vetting of companies, at what point is it and who is going to be the person to throw out that particular proposal? If there are exceptions or there is situations that there's material flaws in the solicitation, that's when the procurement department would effectively say that this bid or this solicitation is non-responsive, and then go into whoever the next bidders are. But both of those proposals did come to the procurement department and then went through an internal vetting. As it relates to going into doing background checks, we actually asked the county if that was something that they did, and that was something that they said they don't get into that detail. They're conscientious of the questions they ask, but they don't go into a further background check and deeper dive related to if the contractors did X, Y, or Z, and then who would be that person that would make that call. So it is a very, touchy point. But as it relates to the scoring and some of the items that were provided in the presentation by one vendor, Ms. McBride can talk about the staff scoring, but I think if you have questions of the vendor and some of the allegations that were made, I think they're more appropriate to be able to address those questions than staff.
And for, I guess, clarity and being fair to both teams, we would have to ask the same question of both teams since they're both in here. So I'm assuming that's something that we can present when we get to that portion. But after Ms. McBride goes into this presentation, my only concern was for procurement and how we procured these two contracts, because as you stated, we're looking at, or Mr. Sherman stated, we're looking at a $120 million contract. And previously, my concerns, again, were that we've had minimal bidders on some of the contracts that are going out. This council has been serious about being transparent and committed to the city. So I'm trying to understand, why are we not receiving the same type of support? Because I've, over the last 2.5 years, spoke to numerous trash companies that were very interested in our community, but we only received 2 at the time.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the challenges that you have is similar to the same challenge that the board just experienced with the CRA attorney position. When you have an incumbent that's in the position that reapplies for the opportunity, other bidders look at that as just a deterrent to start off with. This particular hauler has been in place since 1995. So as other entities look at that, those are things that come into consideration when they're looking to spool up and say, hey, is this a solicitation that I'm interested in getting into? Plus, it's like I stated in the presentation related to if the city was to get back in the business, it's a large capital outlay and a large investment when you don't necessarily have some of the institutional knowledge and background that Waste Management has about the level of service and the business that's being provided to the community. So there's some guesstimates that you would have to make related to that, because that's not information that we have in-house to be able to grab from our particular books to be able to provide it. So it's a very complicated solicitation, and it's a very challenging one, especially when you have the cost associated with spooling up those particular operations. But you know, we certainly did everything that we could to try to get folks to submit for the job, and you know, we're here at this point. So,
And mind you, I'm very appreciative, like I said, of the companies that did submit. So thank you for your interest in the city, and we're excited. I've always said and I've always heard that scared money doesn't make money. So thank you for actually coming and making an attempt to be a part of the city. Okay? Ms. McBride, thank you.
So what is your specific question for Ms. McBride?
The allegations that were addressed in reference to the good organization by Waste Management. But maybe Ms. I'm sorry, no, Ms. McBride was, I apologize. That's what the organization is going to address. Ms. McBride was in regards to, I believe, the procurement process?
The scoring.
The score, I'm sorry, the
yes.
scoring process, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, for the procurement process, well, let me start up some with what, so you can see what the staff did do. Okay. The staff advertised this particular solicitation on Demand Star and the Palm Beach Post. It also was available through Construct Connect and Construction Journal Limited. Their reports from Demand Star indicate 140 firms looked at the proposal, 24 downloaded the proposal. We actually received 2 proposals. And if I recall correctly, there was 1 proposal that withdrew. Now, basically, our job is we review what is there. The procurement staff look to make sure people have their certifications, their licenses. And no, neither of these companies were indicated not to have their licenses and not to have the appropriate certification, all right? And also, I would tell you, that particular selection process was recorded. So whatever you think occurred, you have the right to listen to the recordation. And I also request, and maybe the city attorney can advise, if that recordation can be included and transcribed as part of this meeting. Is that possible?
It can be transcribed but not included as part of this meeting because it wasn't shown at the meeting.
Okay, all right. So it will be available if you desire to listen to it. One question that came up about litigation of the parties, even though there was something in there, that was not considered. And as you look at it by the committee, because the criteria does not go to what you might have litigated or whether you've been involved in litigation. And I would say, too, I'm an attorney. Generally, courts do not look favorably on us taking litigation to penalize or to promote you. So that was not considered as part of that process. And like I say, listen to the recording if you're worried about it. Basically, the team consisted of Nydia Reynolds, our Assistant Finance Director, Terrence Bailey, our City Engineer, and at one time our Interim Director of Public Works, who did oversee this operation, Richard Blankenship, our Director of Parks and Services, Mr. Pender, who's a Public Works Manager from the City of West Palm Beach, and myself. Okay.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Let me ask a question, and it may be for legal in regards to the city's. Does the city actually have a policy for MBEs?
Have a policy for
MBE certification.
the procurement code, and I don't know it, right off.
That's,
Addresses, and I don't know if you do, Ms. McBride.
well, what I would say is, if I recall correctly, when we had our disparity team here, Dr. Lee, who is an attorney, I thought his recommendation is we do not utilize those provisions, if you recall, that's the MWBE, that we adopt a commercial non-discrimination policy until we can complete our disparity study. All right?
And Ms.
Right, let me finish.
To that point, Madam Chair, that's
Let me finish.
giving clarity for that point, because Ms. McBride didn't answer
Let
your question.
let me finish what I was saying first, sir.
Absolutely, just letting you know she
Thank
didn't
you.
answer your question.
I wanted to say that because there is not a policy for the MBE, for the city, so can we legally give points for that if we don't have a policy for it?
Basically, they utilize people who are certified by the state or the county.
But we don't have a policy.
Well, in your ordinance is still there. Whether or not, now I would really have to let Ms. Pencil answer that question, and legal. Yeah.
In our code, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
We have a section for small business enterprise participation goal, just like we have a preference for local vendors.
Local preference, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, very good. Go ahead, sir.
So the two things is we can't legally implement that without our disparity study being complete. That's why we're pushing for that disparity study, because the MBE program can't actually be legally implemented until we complete it. That was something that our consultant actually advised to us. So that's why Ms. McBride stated that we would try to implement a separate policy. So that was the first thing with the MBE program. And the second thing is to give points for the MBE program. That's a very valid question. Go ahead, Ms. McBride.
Now, the provision did not set a quota or anything like that. Whatever might have been stated by MWBN was basically aspirational. Would you not say, Ms. Nguyen, as part of that of the solicitation?
Yes.
Okay.
So to that point as well, go ahead, Ms. McBride.
And also, and Councilman, you have been one to push this.
Yes, ma'am.
For Ms. Pencil to look at the data, and from the data of the available vendors, decide possibly what could be that aspirational goal for the solicitation.
Correct.
Okay. Right.
So just to that point, that's the purpose of us actually doing that disparity study. So that'll be a good question for our consultants at our next meeting when they come back on in reference to the MBE programs. So thank you, Ms. McBride.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Excuse me. Thank you. And I want to really stay on that same point. So essentially, Ms. McBride, the questions that was asked by the chair and also by Councilman Lawson relative to the points, if what you're saying is true, that there's no specific goal, that there has to be a certain percentage, or whether or not some of the information that was submitted by the proposers are actually verified or even confirmed, that begs the question of what is the real true purpose of the evaluation. And
If you look at the evaluation, look at the submittals, most of these bidders
Hold on, Ms.
submitted
Mc-
copies
Ms.
of.
McBride, hold on a
Yes.
second. Finish what you were saying.
well, I was trying to make reference to that. If what you're saying is that there's no adopted policy, and I'm looking at the solicitation, it says if your firm is certified as a minority business, submit your certification from local, county, or state certifying agency. In the event that one did not, and they were certified and they missed out on the points, essentially what does the points weigh? This is, I guess, the evaluation, which is not there, but I want to get to the point, how much does this evaluation weigh on the decision that the council is going to have to make?
Well, as you see, that was what, 15 points, possibly?
Right, but I guess if I can clarify, the standard that we have to use to decide, is that based on what staff had went and scored, or the committee had scored, or is that based on some other standard?
That was based upon the scoring for each vendor was based upon the 5 reviewers.
Correct, and I understand that, but my question is, based on those scores, are you expecting the 5 members of this body to base their decision on your evaluation scores, is my question.
No.
So I want to I guess I'm trying to get to the point. Can you elaborate on the standard that we have to use when deciding which vendor that we're going to select? Or
Now, I must deflect to your council as to the standard you all must proceed with in making your decision.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And I appreciate that, Ms. McBride, and I certainly want to hear from the attorney, but there seems to be a lot of confusion as to, this score, I should have received this, they should not have received that. I don't want that to be interpreted as that should be a standard that we're going to use in our deliberations.
And Mr. McCoy, I must say, really and truly, we have no control, just like we have no control of people who might file lawsuits against us. We really have no control of one's opinion.
I certainly know that very well.
Yeah. Okay.
I know that very well.
I'm just saying, we have no control over what any bidder might come up here and allege about their operations or about the operations of their opponents.
Madam Chair, if I
Okay, the best we do is respond
hold
to
on
the
1 second.
documents we receive.
Right, hold on 1 second, Ms. McBride. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, the solicitation and the scoring that was done by the internal committee was to look at the components that were memorialized in the actual solicitation and ensure that those components were incorporated and then provide a score. The scoring is a document that is a work product. The board has the authority and has the sole authority to take whichever firm they think is best suited to provide the service for the residents of Riviera Beach based on the information that's contained in the solicitation as well as the packet. The governing rules for how you select and who you select should be grounded in the principal documents of your solid waste ordinance as well as your procurement code. Those are prescribed by law. So those are the guidelines and the parameters that the board and staff and everyone for that matter is supposed to abide by. But the scoring and whichever firm scored the most points, the decision is the board's exclusively based on whatever factors you think is the most important for the residents that you do represent. So we provide the information, we vet the solicitation, making sure that these questions were asked. Staff helps provide a more thorough review of the information and then provide you, but the board has the sole discretion and can operate within the confines of your procurement code and your solid waste ordinance. Those are the items that in fact govern this decision that the board will have to make.
Very good. I just wanted to say that because all MPE goals are aspirational, we cannot give points if we don't have a policy. I think we've gotten to the point where if we're looking at, who won the bid, Good won the bid, outright. But then when there comes questions of, can you give points for MBE policy when you don't have one? Then it becomes an issue of scoring. So now we have to take all of that into consideration in terms of making a decision.
I think the guideline, should be the council can make decisions based upon what they think are in the best interest of the city. Okay?
Exactly. Let me let the attorney weigh in on this.
Right. If you look at the evaluated scoring, it's SBE or MWBE, and your procurement code has SBE goals, and those goals are a minimum of 15%. So that's where that comes from. So you do have something in place that discusses your goals.
Okay. Very good.
Right. Follow up. But that's not what's in the solicitation.
I know.
So unless the solicitation specifically calls for, we're going to exercise that goal that we have provided for in the code, then why are we now going to try to not even say avail ourselves of it or give the impression that this is one of the scoring mechanisms that's going to be a factor? And I think what we've now established, and I think it's been said twice now, is that the evaluation committee, I appreciate your service, but it was inconsequential in the decision that's going to be made because, quite frankly, if I believe, or if I recall the manager, it's based on our code, and what drives our code is that speaks to solid waste. That code section that speaks specifically to solid waste. Is that?
Okay. Councilman McCoy, may I?
Yes.
The evaluation criteria is embedded and incorporated in the solicitation. Yeah. That criteria I had up came specifically from the solicitation.
Right, but I'm going back to the standard that we have to use. Is it going to be, like, can I base my decision off of you wearing a very nice pink sweater today?
Thank you.
Or should I be basing it off of what I think is the most, effective, cost-effective manner that's presented as far as the prices? Or, I want to know what factors should we
The
use?
court give the decision maker, you, the governing body, great discretion. Did I say that well, Ms. Nguyen? Great discretion in your deciding who will receive this bid. We are just your foot soldiers reviewing how you interpret, and like I said, we did not do any interviewing of the candidates. We just evaluated the raw proposal that was before us.
And
Okay.
Madam
And-
Chair, if you could let the record reflect, I'm wearing pink too.
Hi, very good.
And basically, the law, Ms. Nguyen, the law will show unless y'all engage in fraudulent or whatever, they're going to give you great discretion in your decision-making.
Madam Chair, can I make one correction to something that I believe Mr. McCoy said?
Yes.
The evaluation criteria on page 15 of the RFP does have the SBE and the MWBE language there, scoring criteria there.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate you pointing that out, but I guess the point that I'm making is it is completely pointless, in my opinion, that we should even be considering the points if the decision or the standard that we have to decide on is based on the discretion of the city council. That could be advisory, but that's not a basis for our decision, is the point that I'm making. Am I kind of close, maybe?
I think we're all saying the same. I think that's what Ms.
Yeah,
McBride is saying, that
Okay.
it is advisory. It's a guide for you, that basically the committee went through the responses to the RFP and, just gave you a guideline as to what, when they evaluated it. You did not go through it and do the scoring guidelines. They did that for you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
It's comparable to the study guide. Basically, what staff has done is provided you a study guide related to the reviews of the two submissions. The reason that the presentations were done to the board is because there's factors that you need to consider as part of the presentation and the actual packet in making your determination. We did not want to be, as a committee, swayed by those presentations. We wanted the board that exclusively has the right to make that determination to hear the presentations, to review the packet, and then make the determination based on the information. But the information as it relates to the solicitation are things and components that are important to the solid waste operation, but the decision is yours. We're looking at it from an operational standpoint, and are the boxes checked for us to be able to provide the service with whomever the vendor is that the board selects. But you are not held to the same document and the same scoring that we as staff provided. You can make a determination based on solely if it is price, solely if it's on location, solely if it's on, other factors. That determination resides exclusively with the board.
Yes, go ahead.
Certain allegations were made tonight, and I, for one, am not ready to make a decision until I know, and I would hope that staff would be able to do this, until I know that those allegations are well-founded. I mean, if they're true, then it sways my decision to another, it takes my decision to a different place. So is there any opportunity for us to say to staff, we would like you to, you've heard what's been said, we would like you to look into those allegations and let us know whether they're true before we take the vote? I mean, there's no pressing need to make this vote this evening, right? I mean, there's no compelling reason. We're not going to go out starting tomorrow and have a new company or the same company. Can we wait until, I hesitate to say that we need a special meeting because I know my colleagues, but
I think we do.
this is such a big contract. This is such an important decision for our city that I think it deserves the most information, the most up-to-date, honest, reliable information that we can bring to bear to make this decision. And if that takes an extra meeting, I think it's worth the extra meeting. I don't feel ready to make a decision until I know that certain things are either true or not true that were said this evening. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will agree to say, let's just give this let's take a deep breath, try to find out the truth of some of the things that were said, and if they're true, then I know who's going to get my vote.
Madam Chair, the solicitation does provide for a 6-month window that the new contract would not become effective until January 2022.
Yeah, and yes, thank you for that. And, well, for my say-so, I would say throw the whole thing out, because what's happening is this. I've been in this position before where staff has made a recommendation. We go back and forth, and there's a lot of things happening with this contract, and the fact that this contract is a lot of money. We're going to be hooked into this for the next 5 years. We have 2 excellent presenters and 2 excellent, I must say excellent, providers of service, and we need to be able to make the right decision here. Now, if the allegations, see this word, allegation? Allegations in a meeting of what's happening with one group versus the other, it taints the whole process. So that's just my druthers, it's an old word, that it would just go out again and we come back to the drawing board with this one, because this is over $100 million. And we don't need to take no chances with this in terms of this coming back and then somebody wants to sue, somebody wants to cut. Of course they will.
Oh, I don't feel bad, man. I mean, I'm glad you vindicated me. So I've had to avail myself of using the courthouse, so I'm glad you just vindicated me with your statement that sometimes people just get that frustrated. But if I could be recognized, I want to ask a question regarding both the chair's statements. So obviously, what exactly would be the expectation? So I mean, obviously, if you want to exercise due diligence, I would certainly support that, but reasonably, with specificity, what are we directing staff to do? Because quite frankly, if what I've heard stated, there was an omission, but then there was a disclosure, so obviously there's litigation on both sides. If that's the case, I mean, what exactly would staff go back to do? Verify that there was something that may have been inadvertently omitted, or that there's litigation? Because I mean, I looked at both proposals, and there was a disclosure clearly on one of them of some litigation. But what's the expectation? And I want to know that.
Well, this is just me. I can't speak for the whole board. My suggestion is to scrap it, put it back out to bid. We have the opportunity and the time to do this. There is too many discrepancies here.
But I mean, are you establishing that there are discrepancies, or are you allowing staff to go back and establish? That's my question. I mean, because I don't want to be a fact-finding body.
Discrepancies are what has been said tonight. I mean, whether staff go back and prove it true or not, it's out there.
Okay, but what are we looking to, I guess, establish? That there was something omitted, or there's some validity to the allegations, or that there's some pattern of behavior? What are we looking for when we go back to staff?
Go ahead.
From my point of view, certain things were stated by one company that indicated that the other company had perhaps misled or not provided the truth about certain things. I just want to know if those, and I'll just have to use the word allegations, that's what they were. I just want to know if they're true. I would ask, and I don't agree with throwing it out. I think, God, what's going to happen again? We're going to have the same two vendors because these are the two vendors that responded to the, how many, Ms. McBride, 120 some odd people looked at it?
Yes.
And a certain number of people pulled it, but we only got 2 companies responding, right? So if we put it out again, what's the expectation there? That we get 3? That we get only 1? I mean, I don't see that putting it out again does us any good. What would do me good would be to know the validity of some of the things that were questioned. And I think that's something that staff can help us figure out, given a week or so of investigation.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Miller Anderson.
I definitely don't agree with throwing it back out because we have to be careful about doing those types of things because we're already struggling with trying to get people to come and bid on projects here in the city sometimes. And I think when we do things like that and don't make a decision, it sends the wrong message out to the business community. I do think we should look into whatever the concerns are. I mean, as we said before, this is a very large project and we don't want to make any bad steps on anything that we do because we're trying to move our city forward. We're trying to change our reputation. And so I think it's important that we are very clear as to who we're bringing to do this job. From my understanding, I'm also hearing that we probably want to make sure both are good. I know Waste Management are with us now, but if there are any concerns that are out there about Waste Management as well, those can be looked into as well. We could schedule, we could probably just add this on to one of our meetings next week, I think maybe, or a special meeting. I don't even know what meetings we have scheduled, but I don't think we need to put off too long with it. I think it's something that could be looked into fairly quickly and the information can be provided to us and then we can have a meeting sometime next week possibly.
I agree.
I don't think we should throw it out, but I do believe it's important that we're very clear as to who we're having provide this service. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any other comments in regards to this? And so I'll let you give us some feedback, Mr. Evans, in terms of how we will proceed with this.
Madam Chair, I have a comment before we
yes,
go,
go
Mr.
ahead,
Evans.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Miller Anderson that we shouldn't throw this out because we literally have 2 amazing companies that gave great presentations to come to our city. There are some questions and allegations, but as Councilman McCoy stated, let's give some set direction to our staff as to what we want them to vet, what questions we have or concerns we have with both organizations, and then put this on the agenda for next week, whether we do it right before our workshop or at the next council meeting. So I don't want to drag this on. I don't want this decision to take a while because I want us to move forward with this contract and continue to move the city forward. Councilwoman Miller Anderson made a great point that we're not getting to the point of just throwing projects out and just starting over. What we're going to do is making sure that every RFP that goes out, Mr. Evans, is going to be airtight and solid. Make sure that we bring the best opportunity with the best vetting of every project that comes to the table, and every concern that we've addressed with every RFP is going into the next project. But we have 2 amazing companies here on the table. So let's give the concerns to Mr. Evans. Let's address them now on both sides that we have him come back with his insight, and then we can go ahead and have this meeting wrapped up next week, possibly before our workshop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, sir. And as I said before, I'm speaking for my position, and with all of these inconsistencies, and as I said before, I've been in this position before, and I think that we need to be able to ensure that if we are asking the taxpayers to spend over $100 million, that we need to be very sure about who we pick for this contract.
Madam Chair, I think you got to clarify, that's not exactly an expense on the taxpayers. It stands to value that amount. They stand to gain that amount, but that's not exactly accurate.
Well, the thing about it is somebody has to pay for it, and who's going to do it?
Right, but that's more along the residential, I'm sorry, more along the commercial and industrial.
Well, I'm talking businesses and residents.
But I don't want to give the impression, when you state that this is a $100 million expense on the taxpayers, it's not.
The people who are paying taxes in the city are residents and businesses.
Yes, but Madam Chair, when you stated it, you phrased it in a fashion to suggest that that is
The
a
way that I
direct
phrased
expense.
it is that people in the city pay taxes for their services,
Okay.
period. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, procedurally, I think some of the things that we can look to do to try to resolve or cure some of the items is we can go back at staff level and review the tape of both the committee as well as this evening. Staff will work to jot down notes or items that were contained in the PowerPoint presentation, and then come back and be able to address those particular issues as it relates to the research. The other component is, I think it is valuable to have either of the entities, both of the entities present for additional comments or remarks, because there may need to be additional clarity that is provided to them. And so I think conceivably, we have a CRA meeting on Thursday. We can look to maybe handle this before we have the CRA meeting. That gives us a couple of days to have some discussions with both groups, to review the tape and to bring back a complete analysis of some of the items that were raised in this particular meeting, as well as we'll find a way to put to email the board the audio file so you can hear the remarks and the conversation from the committee. And I will ask that the committee be present for your next meeting as well, of staff, and we'll reach out to hopefully the representative from West Palm that can be present. But the staff that is staff of the City of Riviera Beach will be here at the next meeting.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Did he say Thursday? We have a meeting on Thursday?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I missed that. That on 29th?
29th, yes.
Okay. The CRA meeting.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. We did run out of time with questions for waste management because of their presentation, so I wasn't able to ask some of the questions. Are we able to address those questions with staff so that they can be included within the information that's vetted for next week? And then the second follow-up question is going to be, I guess more so for legal. How do we continue our cone of silence, or does it still fall within the cone of silence because we haven't made a decision? Because I don't want our council to be bombarded with calls. I want residents to understand that we still can't actually speak to residents or to any of the companies about this project until we vote. So what is the status, if we can be clear, with the cone of silence?
Yes, I was going to advise you all that the cone of silence is still in effect. You haven't rejected it and you haven't awarded it.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Madam Chair, with regards to the questions, if you have specific questions of the group, I would ask that you just state them publicly for the record, so then we can come back and get those questions answered by the companies themselves. Because, you know, if you state the question in the agenda, we prefer to do it in a formal setting, and then we can go back and get additional clarity. So each of the board members, if you want to go down and provide any additional questions or follow-up that you'd like to see from either of the group, if you would state that, staff will note that, and that will be incorporated in the item that we bring back to you on Thursday.
Okay, now listen, are we going to have this as a part of the CRA meeting?
Madam Chair, we're looking to have this at the beginning, prior to the start of the season.
Okay, so that would be a special meeting. Do we have the time to advertise? Yes? Okay. So what we need to do is, we as the council will provide you with our questions?
If you can possibly state the questions that you have for either of the group. We know the items that were contained in the presentation
Right.
by one of the proposers was some questions or allegations that were raised. We are going to go to that, but if there's specific questions that you have that you would like to have staff do the research on and get the information
Okay.
from the provider, if you can state that publicly, and then we can go back and have the
Okay.
conversation with them.
All right, very good. Now, the other thing is that we need to look at that whole MBE, SBE issue in terms of the rankings for the in terms of the rankings for the points that were given, because we've established that all we have is some wording, not a policy, not an ordinance for that particular designation, but we're giving points for that. I just wanted to get some clarity on that. So if you
Madam
can bring
Chair.
that back to us and just kind of give me some more clarity, and I don't want to take up any more time about it. I just want to be able to be clear about where we are in terms of policy and what we're asking them for in terms of designation.
We'll certainly provide clarity to that in a written format as part of the agenda.
All right, very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't have a question for the companies. I have a question for the evaluation team. And that is, why was a transition plan required from Waste Management if there would have been no transition had they received the bid? That's just my question. And I don't have to answer it now. Just when you get back to us, that's...
All right, very good. Any other questions that you want to state for the record to come back on Thursday for this special meeting?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I believe Councilwoman Botel just asked about the transition plan. The trucks, getting clarity on the type of trucks that we're going to have in the community on waste management side, and the outline of when we're going to receive these vehicles. I believe Ms. Ellen stated that we would have about 3 to 4 new trucks the first year, but just getting a clear outline of when the new trucks would be in the city. Staffers, making sure and figuring out how many staffers are going to be in place to run these routes. I got an answer from Goods, but I wasn't able to ask that question in regards to how many staffers we have running the routes in the city and how many employees actually are going to be working on the Riviera Beach contract. I believe Ms. Allen stated that she has about 30 employees that live in Riviera Beach, but that's for their different contracts. For our contract, how many residents are going to actually be employed? I noticed that the price was going up. Getting an insight as to, I believe there's about a 30% increase from one company to the other, getting an idea and an understanding of why that price increase is coming based upon what costs, and make sure that Ms. Ellen stated that there was a collection point comparison that would show the difference in the reasoning behind the price, where Good stated in their proposal 30,000 collection points versus Waste Management at 38,000 collection points. So that would absolutely determine the difference in pricing. So making sure that we have clarity with that, because I wasn't able to ask Ms. Ellen that. Having access to the third eye system, that was very interesting and intriguing, because something that staff would have an opportunity to review when we get these phone calls about no pickups, about issues with the trucks. So figuring out if that's an option for Waste Management, or why they don't want to give that information, if legally that's just something that they don't want to provide, or what's some of the concerns, because I know Good was going to give us access to that. And total staff routes, new trucks on the road. I believe those were all the additional questions I had. I didn't get a chance to ask for Waste Management, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. And I also wanted to ask that same question: is the current our current provider? There is a significant increase in the amount on the rate that they're charging versus what the incumbent. I'm not incumbent, but the other provider is charging, and I wanted to know would the current provider be willing to match that?
Well,
Hold on a second. I'm not finished.
But that question seems
I'm
like
not
it's out of
finished, sir.
bounds.
I'm not finished. When I say that the current company has a rate that we're paying now, and the proposed rate is significantly higher. It is significantly higher than the other provider that is proposed. Their rate is much less. I want to know why those rates are so much higher than what we currently pay, and higher than what the other provider is requesting. And if we can get some clarity as to why that is, I just certainly would like to know that, but that we're going from one particular rate, which is almost 50% increase. And I just need to know, why is that rate so high versus what other companies are providing? That's my question for Waste Management.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
With regards to the rate, obviously that's a subject of bargaining, and conceivably that will probably not be the rate, or our intent is not for that not to be the rate, but that's going to be part of the discussion. However, we can ask them based on their submittals, what was the impetus behind the rate that they provided? And so you heard one of the proposers provide that information. So we'll be able to get additional clarity, but until we have a contract, that's when we'll know what the actual rate is. But if you do have, a question, specifically to, what the rate range would be, that would be something that they can provide as part of, if you wanted to give them a couple of minutes at the next meeting to provide some remarks.
And they can provide it in writing to us. We need to be able to understand why the significant increase, and that's just a basic question of a layperson. We are being charged this amount, and now the amount that you're asking for is 50% over what we're paying. It's just a simple question.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So, I guess I wanted to almost touch on what Mr. Evans is going to ask. Your question is basically, you asked is, what are the proposers willing to match? What I don't want to see is an opportunity for someone to deviate outside of what has been offered already as their rate. And I guess it's kind of been confirmed with Mr. Evans' statement that this rate is subject to change after the other party is now kind of exposed their rate. Are we going to allow for a situation where a person can then make a counter offer to perhaps make it more competitive or more?
It's a competition.
Well, not after the bids are exposed.
Not after we've received the bid.
So that's what I'm saying.
When we are looking at, we're sitting here now have not made a decision. I can ask what I want to ask. I'm asking is, what is the reason behind a 50% increase in the current rate that we actually have now?
So
I'm also asking if their rate is significantly lower, can they do that?
But it would be improper to do that after the bids are exposed.
But you don't interrupt me.
But I was asking Mr. Evans a question.
I am the chair.
But
I am talking now. Thank you, sir.
So
when I finish talking, then you can go ahead and talk.
I think I had a question.
No, and I'm not finished. And you can answer your question once I'm finished. Now, as I was saying, the current rate that we're paying for waste management is 50% higher than what is 50% higher. That's the proposal. There is another company that is competing for the same contract, and their rate is significantly lower. Now, maybe I can't ask them, could you lower your rate? I'm asking why the difference and why the increase in our rates for garbage collection. That is the question I want to ask for this company to be answered at our next meeting.
Madam Chair?
Where's Mr. Evans? Let me have him to respond to that, and then I'll give you an opportunity to pose your question, sir.
Okay. Can you please restate the question, Madam Chair? I'm sorry.
Oh, gosh.
I said it's the third time. No, basically, you spoke to some of it before in regards to the difference between what we're paying now and the significant amount that is being presented for our attention. The amount that this company is paying, is suggesting, and I'm saying that the two are far apart.
Right.
And you said that we would get to negotiations to be able to work that out.
That is correct, Madam Chair. In the solicitation document, we asked for the rate. But in the solicitation document, we said that the board would conceivably rank who the number one ranked firm is and then authorize staff to negotiate the terms and conditions of a contract. So we are whoever that firm is, ultimately, we can go back and have subsequent conversations and discussions on the rate and then bring back what a final proposed rate is. So even though the companies have provided that rate, it doesn't mean that that's the final rate that's going to come back to you for a contract. Now, if it does and the board doesn't like that rate, you have the ability to go to negotiate with the other entity. So you still have the flexibility to effectively do that, as you're not throwing out any of the submissions.
Right, right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I want to know if I can have my opportunity to speak unencumbered, because the question that I asked is essentially what you just came back and asked. But when I first heard you say the statement that, are we going to ask a company if they could match, I certainly know, under being in complete fairness, that I wouldn't want to compete if the party who was at a much higher rate is going to be given an opportunity to come back and lower their rate. And my question was directed to Mr. Evans to ask the very point of, were you guys going to possibly go back and negotiate the rate? And he did answer that and said that is a part of the negotiations, which now leads me to the point to suggest that if that's true, then we might as well throw this out. And here's why. Because the rates that was offered inside of the proposals, if those aren't in fact true numbers and another party is given the opportunity to counteroffer, then I'm not even sure what we're doing here. This just seems like that we're deciding to negotiate off of terms other than what's the most cost effective. If a person submits a sealed bid, I would expect that that would be the rate that we use as at least as the starting point for the residential. If there's some other provisions that's negotiated on the commercial and industrial sides, then so be it, but it serves no purpose to have it scored on pricing or even follows the city code on 17.5-3 that says that cites the state statute that pretty much says we have to use the most cost-effective way. And I don't want to seem or appear to be unfair if that's what the rules of engagement are, but instead what we're now hearing to be suggested is that we're going to receive counteroffers. I just think that that's blatantly, that really discourages somebody from wanting to do anything. And it discourages me to sit here and engage in a conversation where I'm going to be open for a counteroffer when this was done under the very premise that my bill is sealed and they all be opened at the same time. So either the rate is the factor or it isn't the factor. And if the factor is the rate, then there's nothing else to discuss. But if the factor is not the rate, then you guys go ahead and negotiate, but don't put that in the solicitation as if that is, well, actually it's driven in the code. So this has become more convoluted and confusing, and I just don't even feel comfortable just with the very idea of us allowing someone to match another person's rate at this point.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And I believe, just for clarity, Mr. Evans, I don't think that the responders are able to change their rate between now and next week's meeting. I believe that you're going to just answer and address some of the questions, and then once we select our firm, you'll begin negotiations, because I don't think right now that they're going to say, okay, well, we're coming back in lower because we saw the bids. What we're going to do, colleagues, is we're going to give Mr. Evans an opportunity to answer the questions that we just stated on record. They're going to come back next week, and we're going to select our firm. Staff will then go into actual negotiations to get a final price based on the exact parameters of what our city entails. They'll come back with a final price, and if that contract is not something that we're interested in moving forward with, we have an opportunity to go with the other firm. But they're not going to go change their price. Waste Management is not going to try to match this price now. Goods is not going to try to lower it to try to lowball them. It's just simply to answer some of the concerns we have that we couldn't get through tonight, that staff didn't have ready. And next week on Thursday, we'll be able to get those answers and move forward with our contract. So if I'm correct, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Let me ask a question before you respond to that, Mr. Evans. Why didn't we include the franchise fee calculation in the RFP?
We did not include the franchise fee calculation in the solicitation.
I'm saying, why didn't we?
Why? Because it's separate and apart. That's an administrative fee that the city of Riviera Beach can levy on the contractual provider. It's not something that's subject to the actual solicitation. It's separate and apart.
I don't understand, because you were talking about prices here, that there was a calculation
The impetus behind that is if we said we were going to levy a 10 or 12% franchise fee, then you have a situation where the respondents may be 10 or 12% higher to make sure they capture that revenue as a component to remit the funding back to the city. We wanted to get their price to provide the service to the residents of the community. And so if we said we're going to levy a 10 or 15% fee, then you may see a situation where that's incorporated in their price, and then you're going to levy that on top of it. So the 10 or 15% becomes 20 or 30% realistically. So we wanted to get their price, but that was in the solicitation document. We knew that you could not go out to the market for a solicitation for solid waste services and not get the price for residential services. The board would not move forward because you would not know exactly what the cost would be to the end user. So price is a component associated with the solicitation, but there are multiple other factors as to the experience, the fleet, all other elements that you may say that, hey, this particular provider is a better provider. Their price may not be the best, but they're a superior provider. There's nothing that requires you to go with the lowest bid. There's not, even in construction projects, you still have the autonomy and flexibility to say, I want to pay a little bit more for X service because I feel that there's a difference. So you do, it's no different than an applicant applies for a job and has a starting wage of this and you negotiate it down. You still have the flexibility to do that. We would not, as responding to the questions that the board has proffered, we would not say, hey, we negotiated with both and this is their price. No, whomever the board instructs us to negotiate, then we'll have an offline conversation and then bring you back what the best and final offer would be. And it was stated even in the presentation that they wanted the direction to be provided to administration to move forward with coming forward with the best and final offer for services.
I see.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Well, I appreciate you running the meetings, and as chair, by no means do you ever have the ability to interrupt a colleague's questions of the manager with your own questions that were not addressed. Mr. Evans was directed and given a request to answer my concerns, and you literally changed the entire topic of discussion, which was not outlined. So please, I let him finish, and I did not cut him off because it's been a contentious meeting, and I want to continue to move forward as a city, but please allow for the business of the city to be moved properly, effectively, and responsibly, because that was not proper protocol. Thank you, Mr. Evans. If you can, go ahead and address the question that was asked earlier. The statement that was made in reference to the concerns and clarity in reference to the billing and budgeting and negotiations with both teams.
All right, let me address your concerns, because
I'm sorry.
no.
I'm asking, and respectfully, Madam Chair, I didn't interrupt any of your questions and conversation with Mr. Evans. Madam Chair,
This is not
listen,
how
this
this
is
works,
enough
sir.
of that, Madam Chair.
I am the
Mr.
chair
Evans,
of
please,
this council.
That's fine, but you do not have
And
any
I
authority
can
over
be
this but running
able
this meeting.
to
Madam Chair,
say-
I've let you speak the entire night.
And to be
Mr. Evans
able
was speaking, and you
to say what I
interrupted his
want to
statement.
say to this council.
Thank you. You have anything
Thank
else to
you.
say, Madam Chair?
No, I'm not finished.
We'll continue.
Thank you,
We'll
sir.
sit and listen.
Yes. I am trying to move the business of the city along. You say that I am interrupting. I'm not interrupting anyone. I'm giving everyone an opportunity to speak about this issue. This is a very contentious meeting because we're talking about $100 million. So of course it will be contentious. Some people have interest in this deal. So let us be clear that we want to be able to ensure that whatever we are having a conversation about tonight is for the best interest of the residents who live in this city. Period. That is our only job here tonight, is to ensure that the city is going to make the best deal possible, and also that it is the residents that we have to look out for. It is not anyone's ego, it is not anyone's preference. It is the residents of this city who come first. Mr. Evans, please respond to the question.
So I'm going to respond to you, Madam Chair, before our staffer responds. It's no ego. There's no preference. This is all about the city. It's in reference to proper protocol. I asked Mr. Evans to address a question and concern that was addressed by my colleagues, and you changed the topic of discussion. That was my concern, because we are all engaged and concerned with the direction of where this is going, because this is a large contract, and respectfully, please follow that continued protocol.
I will continue to follow the protocol that is listed in the Robert Rules of Order and the parliamentary procedures.
And you gave me the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
You realize you gave me the floor. And you took it back by not allowing for our staffer to respond. So if you don't allow for our city manager, that means you took the floor away. So if you're going to follow Robert's Rules of Order, please follow.
Parliamentary procedure and Robert Rules of Order. Do we want to move on?
I'm waiting on Mr. Evans to respond to the
Thank you very
statement that
much.
was made, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, to the councilperson's question is that we would come back with the information that's been requested of this board. Once this board gets the information and we provide that information at the meeting, it's anticipated that the board would provide us direction to begin the negotiation process. We will fine tune and tweak what we think is a suitable arrangement and then bring that forward for the board's consideration. So there is a lot of staff work on the end of the agreement part before we get to that point. That's why there's that 6-month period for the other agreement to come in place. Plus, the vendor, if it is the existing vendor as it relates to their transition, then obviously they continue to do services the way. If it's a new vendor, they have to spool up their operations to be able to provide service. But there's still a lot of additional work that has to happen. Once we bring that contract forward, it's contemplated that the board would consider that contract, and if there is any tweaks or modifications as it relates to language and all that, those things can be cured. The number that we look to bring back to you all would be the best and final number, the sharpest pencil we have to be able to get the number where we think is suitable. And then in the event that the board is not comfortable with that, then you have the ability to move on to the second contractor if there are components that cannot be negotiated. But again, at that meeting, the board still has the autonomy and flexibility to say, I'd like to see this, and is there some concession that can conceivably be made by the vendor? But we're going to bring that back. And so there's multiple bites of the apple through the process where this board will have to make a decision before the relationship is resolved by virtue of a contract.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, sir. Are there any other questions for Ms. McBride or the staff in regards to this issue? So as moving forward, we will have the special meeting on Thursday in regards to all of these issues and questions, and have the opportunity for these issues to be cleared up. Thank you, Ms. McBride, for your presentation.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, as it relates to the special city council meeting that's being requested, I will need something in writing from a council person to call that meeting, to prepare the notice, and have 2 signatures, or to have the mayor to call it. And that way, it would only require his signature and my signature.
Very good.
The mayor is on. Can you do it?
Mayor, are you still on?
Madam Chair, the mayor is not feeling well, and so he's not on at this present moment. But
Okay.
I'd make contact with him first thing in the morning.
All right, very good. Thank you, both parties, for your presentations. We will pick this up on Thursday. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I believe there was a discussion earlier as to whether or not to move item number 18 to the next meeting. Are the presenters still on the line, Mr. Evans?
I make a motion that we postpone item number 18 to our next regular city council meeting.
Second.
Yes, go ahead.
Can we add in the resolutions, well, postpone indefinitely the other resolution that,
Let's do that. We get to that afterwards.
no.
I'm just doing 18. I'm just doing number 18. 19 is next, so whoever wants to make a motion for whatever for 19, they can. I'm just doing 18.
Oh, well.
We added that as 19?
Huh?
We added that as 19?
No. 18 is the pre-disparity update with consultants.
Right.
That's the one I'm postponing, making a motion to postpone to the next city council meeting.
Madam Chair, number 19 was concerning the motion to reconsider.
Oh, right.
Resolution
All right, very good. All right, so we will, there's a motion on the floor to postpone number 18 to the next meeting. There was a second, so Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Move number 19, I move that we postpone number 19, the resolution regarding the MOU of the City of Revere Beach and the Boys and Girls Club of Palm Beach County until staff can bring back a comprehensive presentation.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Discussion item. I have a few questions about that. Moving the item, I understand that we are bringing it back to the table to, and that was my question earlier. What exactly are we doing? We want to continue to vet this item that was voted on, and are we able to bring it up at another meeting? That's more for legal. Are we able to bring this up at another meeting later after today? So those are kind of my questions, 'cause I know we have to bring it up at the meeting immediately following the one that it was voted up.
Right.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
If-
Please, hold on a second, Mr. Evans. We have a meeting still going on, sirs. Thank you, go ahead.
Madam Chair, if the vote to reconsider this particular item is passed, then this item would come back to the meeting date in which it is stated, and it basically would hold this particular arrangement in an abeyance until the board has the opportunity to have a subsequent discussion on the topic.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
I
ahead,
believe,
sir.
Mr. Evans, it has been voted to be reconsidered, so it's currently on this agenda already.
Right, but to bring the presentation back, correction.
Okay, so that's why I offered postponement, so that way, okay.
All right, very good.
So I guess, is that a question for me?
No, I'm just trying to get clarity on what is we're doing with the item, because I know that staff and Boys and Girls Club, I think we have a representative here, is moving forward with the item that was voted up. What is it that we're going to do? What are we looking to do? What direction are we giving staff? What time frame are we going to bring it back? I know there were some concerns addressed on the MOU, but what are we doing in reference to the item so that they continue to move forward with the progress of whatever the discussion of the MOU is? So that's kind of my concern. I just want to know what we're doing so we're not just holding Boys and Girls Club and staff in limbo until we decide to just bring this back up. To talk about what I don't know what the discussion is, because we don't have time tonight.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
In regards to some of the conversations that I've had with board members in a private setting, there's some additional information and some items that the board would like clarity on. So staff would be coming forward with a comprehensive presentation that would be at your next regular meeting of the City Council. And so we would work with representatives from the Boys and Girls Club to get additional information, as well as staff that's collecting some information for reconsideration. The item or the arrangement would not be, we wouldn't move forward with any components of that until the board resolves whatever the issues or concerns they may have. So we're looking to put this back on the agenda at your first meeting in August.
Very good. Does that answer your question, sir?
Are we going to allow, so staff is just going to put everything on hold until that first meeting in August?
If the motion to reconsider the item is passed, then we would have to place any actions associated with the resolution on hold.
The motion to reconsider did pass, correct?
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
Got you, so the motion, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, very good.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Patel? Yes. Councilperson Lawson?
No.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
No.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lawson and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Thank you. Discussion by the city attorney?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Any city council committee reports?
I hesitate at this hour to do them, but I attended a Palm Beach County League of Cities board meeting today, and there was a robust discussion about the fact that a committee of 39 building officials is considering an ordinance that would require any building, with the exception of 1 or 2 family dwellings, greater than 3,500 square feet east of I-95 to have an inspection every 25 years, and west of I-95 every 35 years. And this is very preliminary information about that committee, but I think it's important for us to know because we may need to amend some of our building codes. I provided also council information on a legal case that we discussed today. We only discussed the one at the top of the page, not at the bottom. Last Friday, I attended a Florida League of Cities Land Use and Economic Development Committee. I'm not going to report on it, but I also attended, I was invited to become a member of Securing Our Future, which is an initiative in partnership with Birth 22, United for Brighter Futures, and the Citizens Advisory Committee on Health and Human Services. And maybe I'll tell you about that at the next meeting, but that's all I have for that now. I have council comments.
All right, very good. We will start with the council comments. The mayor is gone, so.
Madam Chair, if I may make a comment for the mayor.
Oh, yes, sure, go ahead.
The mayor provided me an item that he'd like the board's consideration. He said he would like to request the city manager's office to contact National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement to look to come to our city to conduct a workshop on the benefits of police oversight and the different oversight models that are available. And so the mayor would like, if the board would indulge that particular opportunity to consider that entity coming in and sharing a presentation about citizen oversight boards and the like. So I'm saying that in behalf of the mayor.
All right, very good. Now give us your comments.
Madam Chair, that is my comment for this evening.
Okay. Anything from the city attorney?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
We'll start with Mr. Lawson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Jacoby Brissett and Elam Foundation for their bike giveaway that they hosted here with the city on Friday. It was an amazing event. Hundreds of kids came out, received free bikes, and did a free bike ride. That was perfect. That's what I want to continue to showcase and have a lot of the young men and women that have left the city come back and give to the city. So thank you, guys. Saturday's event with the Stop Out Crime softball tournament and the All-Star basketball, football, and cheerleading camp went off without a hitch. Staff did an amazing job facilitating these events, and it literally was beautiful for our community. We were showcased in the news and in the Palm Beach Post, so I want to thank staff first and foremost because they did a phenomenal job with bringing this to the city, and I want to continue to showcase this. And I believe those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, very good. Thank you, sir. Dr. Botel?
Yeah, this one is very important. I wouldn't take the time, but it's very important to Singer Island residents. You may know that some light poles, quite some time ago on North Ocean Drive had been cut down. And they're still, well, at least one of them is still there lying on the ground. The dead pole is on the ground, and the cut-off stubs remain in the ground. And I'm just wondering, I have a question for council. Is there any legal remedy, and what does council need to do to authorize you to pursue that remedy? Ms. Nguyen.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Botel, if the council were to give direction to legal to institute or initiate an action, we would definitely need a council vote for that. And then we would pursue an action that would determine whether or not we have the right to either remove them or if we have to leave them there. There are various options, but we would definitely need permission from the council to initiate an action. I don't want to discuss the strategy at this meeting.
Thank you. Then I'd like to make a motion that we ask you to initiate something on our behalf. Can I get a second?
I'll second for question. Huh? What, so exactly what are we doing again?
We would, if the council approves it, we would be initiating probably a declaratory action for the court to decide what is to happen with the light poles. Whether we should remove them, whether we don't have the ability to remove them, but it would have to be, because right now there's no resolution to it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If I could just say, they are a significant safety hazard. People walk by the stubs that are sticking up out of the ground. I'm concerned that people might ride their bikes into them, might trip over them. The pole that's on the ground presents a safety hazard as well, because people could trip over that. I don't want the city in any way to be liable if we don't take some action to remove them. So I feel many people who pass by that area every day have complained and have great concerns about the fact that they're still there. And I think I would really appreciate it if my colleagues would vote to allow the legal department to begin to consider some alternatives.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I guess I'm not really fully versed as to the whole issue. Is it this FP&L's light pole, or is it a city light pole?
Yeah, Mr. Evans, you want to address that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, they're our light poles. That was part of an arrangement that we had with FDOT when they redid and made some improvements to North Ocean. The light poles two light poles have been damaged. One light pole has been removed, and there's one that is still there that's off on the sidewalk, as well as the two poles that are still, the tops obviously cut off. And so we have tried to reasonably talk with the property owner to collect the poles. I can't give staff an unlawful order because that would be entering a person's property to effectively collect those. So the only action that we have is to engage legal to help facilitate, one, the collection of the pole, that's one issue, but two, to see if there is some type of amicable resolution or if the court can assist in facilitating the other poles, and if we need to relocate those poles, and if we can get reasonable time to relocate those poles, or we enter into some type of an agreement whereby the poles stay. We've tried to enter into that conversation, but to no avail. It hasn't bared any fruit. So this is an option that we would like for the board to consider so we can try to resolve this issue.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Any other question about this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller
Yes.
Anderson? Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson McCoy out.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of others. We've begun an oral history project with Mr. Calloway. We've started videotaping him a few days ago and recording his many memories of Riviera Beach history. If there are others in the community whose oral history should be captured, please let me know. This project is exclusive to Riviera Beach and allows for a diverse group of longtime Riviera Beach residents to tell their stories. We want to capture the personal memories that are so often lost unless they're recorded before the passage of time inevitably steals them from us. If you are in a high-rise building, please have your building manager hire an engineer to attest to the structural soundness of the building. Let's skip that one. Sam Brown and I had a meeting today with Mr. Corey Brooks, the principal at Dwyer High School, about collaborating with them on a number of projects, including internships, after-school tutoring at our library, workforce development, and we hope to work with Deputy City Manager McBride on some of those items. We're also planning a meeting for August 17th with the Logistics and Transportation Subcommittee of our Workforce Development Task Force. We'll be discussing, among other things, the establishment of the CDL program for Riviera Beach. And lastly, we're planning a health fair for the entire community to be held at Azure Estates, formerly known as Stony Brook, on September 25th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. We have the Diabetes Coalition, the County Vaccination Bus, Palm Beach Gardens Medical Society, and a number of other vendors who will be there. I will be meeting again about that meeting on August 17th, and I'll bring you an update after that time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
I will reserve my comments to the next meeting. I do have an initiative that'll be starting in the month of August, but I will go a little more in detail at our next meeting. Thank you.
I just have one comment. Of course, you heard the news that Amazon is coming to the city of Riviera Beach. We are very, very, very excited about it. I want to thank the city manager, Mr. Jonathan Evans, and his staff, who have worked tirelessly to be able to make that happen. And the latest count is that it will be over 200 jobs that are coming to the city for our residents. And we want to be able to just really thank Mr. Evans and his staff for getting this done and able to provide a source of income and job employment for our residents in the city. And that is our meeting. Thank you.